Intro. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. I have these folks with me today, and intro. Welcome on everybody for another session of the Guild of Trunarth. It's gonna be a bit of a shorter session today, though I will still be live doing extra stuff because silly, goofy, and wacky at all times. With me, I have Paarth, who is our little pseudodragon, which is no longer little. We have Vladimir.
Hello.
We have Valkin.
Hello.
We have Norelor.
I think she
Cool.
would
Just as I took a big bite of food. Hi guys, I'm here.
I'm like your local waiter at Applebee's. That's like the moment you take a bite of food, I'm like, how's the food doing?
Alright, so I'll be muting myself again because I'm still eating.
No worries at all. And then we have Targ here. He still didn't get a good night of sleep. Anyway,
I was going to say that's his good morning sound.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's relatable. But anyway, we will be going ahead and continuing into our latest session. I hope you guys are having yourself a lovely Sunday as we get closer to the holiday season. Woo! Haven't seen
Angry because I am misrepresented once again on Dawnbreaker's end.
Calm down, space flapper. There, I'm trying to fix this. There, I am on mobile laptop thing, and the last fix was in desktop mode. And I am
Bruh.
remote, and I do not have my resources.
Stand by it. Let me hook you up.
I was going to say,
Okay.
I think I also have the script still in the chat.
There, if I can find that. I mean, I also have to install Python on this computer. Well, no, I might have it. I don't know.
No, Python's only necessary for the new stream beans. This is not using beans.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is the D&D headshots, which
Mm.
are all done by a lovely artist known as the Only Tapir You Know, or they also go as Neon.
E.
I need to get more art from them at some point. They're very fun
They do.
artists.
They do good work.
Yeah. Also, Permafrost, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a bit. Yeah, I hope you've been doing well. You had your birthday recently. Happy birthday!
Happy birth.
I don't know why, but every time that I know it's someone's birthday, I just get really fucking weird. Where I'm just like, instead of saying like happy birthday and stuff like that, I'm just like hap, and I just point at the person. Just hap, hap.
Or die.
That's all it is. Just like monotone, like Gustav from like freaking Breaking Bad, and it's just like hap. But I hope you had yourself a good birthday.
Yes.
And unless we have any other technical issues, we can go ahead and get started.
Satana.
Breaker sent you DM.
Thank you.
I also sent DM.
Yeah. Hey,
I'd be more inclined to go to Davwyn's first.
copy that.
So,
convince
shall
them.
we start play? Because I'm guessing I'm going to intro
Yep.
in.
Yeah, I'm about to intro in right now. I was waiting for everybody, so
There.
yeah.
I am good.
And just as a reminder, I will probably not going to be responding to a lot of chat messages because I am dungeon mastering, also with checking on stream stuff and all these other things. So if I'm going to be responding to something, it's more than likely going to be through chat. But also more than likely, I may not get to your message. So apologies.
Yeah. It may be delayed.
Yeah.
Unless-
Responses are delayed and never vocal.
If unless you have thingy that you need to do, we are kind of thinking of introing with Paarth coming through the gate early morning and sneaking his way into the hot house.
No. I have a different thing. So
Okay.
introduction. recalling from last session, you had dealt with the unspeakable horror that was prior to the local guardian that was within the feywilds itself, of the specific area near the summer courts. You'd been tasked to deal with it, and with all of its chaotic energy being twisted and formed through with the particular horrific fusion between the guardian itself and a tapped arcane potential beholder. You dealt with it, with unfortunately needing to do a lethal blow to the creature, which resulted in a new guardian being settled, which is Paarth. Which unfortunately Paarth would have to stay behind for at least a little bit of time to help recuperate the damages that occurred from the location itself. And as you all kind of make your way into your night's rest, feeling unsettled, but unsure of where this new potential that you've been blessed will lead you, and how far will it push you to continue forward. As we wake up into the morning itself, which I realize the music is just a little bit too loud, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit. As we go into the morning itself, you all awaken feeling pretty revitalized, more than usually you would have felt. Though something is a bit particular, it feels weird not having your regular pseudo friend around to kind of give a little bit of a brightening face or so as you continue throughout the day. But you notice that Marshell is actually not around the house at all.
Where is that squirrely little scholar?
It is very weird that he decided to scamper off like this.
Just as a quick thing, anyone that actually everyone, what is your passive investigation? As you would just be like kind of walking around and noticing things.
Let's see.
My character's passive would be 15.
15? Okay.
12 here.
Just 10.
And
We
11.
use investigation, we use perception.
11 on my side.
Okay. So it really wasn't even a hard thing for any of you to notice this. But as you do kind of open the doors of this really old cottage in the woods, you notice that there is a nicely stamped sort of note that is on the door of the main front doors.
Alright, I'm guessing everyone's gonna take a look at it, read it if it's open.
Yeah.
So as you go ahead and take the note off of the door and read it a little bit, it is a message actually from Marshell, saying that he's been pondering about the odd adventures that he's had with you all, and noticed that one of the biggest priorities that he's been reflecting on is the need to help recover and make sure that his library gets back in full order. Since he was able to work with somebody in Phandalin to recover most of his books, and be able to actually, on his free time, communicate with others through different connections, he's able to actually locate pretty much most of his library, at least the books and all the different orders and such. And he is going to be setting up shop in a different location. So he just wanted to write out to you all, thanking you for the journeys, and that is something that he is definitely going to be having as a special book that will be written. And he does have the biggest hopes of taking down this threat that you've presented yourself with.
Oh yeah, Targ would probably be aware of all of this already because he was already awake during which time that Marshall disappeared.
Yeah, you would have been the first person to notice this. It would have just been your call if you wanted to share it with others or not.
I think I don't go. Well, I wish him the best at his endeavors.
Well, I do wish he had stayed around long enough to tell us of these concerns, but I do wish him well in all of this. Glad that he was able to recover so many of those books. He's quite cherished them.
Yeah, I'm guessing
Well-
all the books that were in the bag of holding that was of his library is now gone. Because I remember
Wait.
taking.
Oh, sorry. Like the books that he put in your bag of holding?
No, when we were investigating that ruined mansion, we found a bunch of books with the symbols that we took. It turns out it's from his library.
Yeah, those were some of the books that were mentioned, as you can recall, that he may have actually recuperated those in better conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Uh,
it is what it is. He felt that his time with us was finished. His personal goals have been achieved. Therefore, basically putting finished pieces back together.
Like I said, that I do wish him the best.
So, as you go and just kind of like take that information in, is there anything in particular that you all are wanting to start the day off with or so before attempting to talk with one another and seeing of what your goals are for today?
Oh, I actually forgot about one thing. I mentioned the other already, I think. I wanted to kind of do some foraging around in the woods.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Ye- $18.
I would say for a good point, within the local area, you are able to spot not a lot of wildlife, especially with all like the chaos and stuff that's kind of been kicking around a little bit. It's not too much wildlife around, but you do know that of some particular areas that have been growing some pretty good fruit, and so you do get a wide variety of fruits and berries and such that you're able to eat safely. And I'd say you bring enough to have it be just a little snack or so for each person.
Ye- And after that, I will try to conduct the ritual, and if anyone's at the outside of the cottage at that point, they can probably hear me off in a little bit of distance.
Yeah. Right. Well, sounds like Targ is doing his morning rituals.
Indeed.
I don't see our Dragonborn around
He
here.
might be still going after what's his name? Clovis.
Oh, you say, yeah, he might
Yeah.
still be trying to deal with Clovis.
Yes.
Duh.
Yeah, likely. Which means that we need to be getting on the road as well.
By the way, Norelor, I believe we still have unfinished business.
Yes, the sparring. Yes,
Ah.
I do wish to continue that.
I'm not sure if we want to take off right yet, because I don't know how long it would be before Paarth gets back.
Well, Well, we could try to do some of that training in the meantime.
We could. We definitely could.
Hmm.
We'll just have to be a little more careful because we're using live weapons this time.
Yeah.
You do be careful, you two. We are out in the middle of the woods, after all. Don't need to be cutting off limbs.
Actually, you bring up fair point. We could grab a couple of sticks and we could work with those.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, let's see what we can find.
And I will do my religion check.
Oh, okay.
in
Yep,
time.
go ahead and
I do have that as advantage.
and
16.
then alright. So as you do your religion check, Vlad and Norelor, I need both from you either an athletics or an acrobatics check as you do your training.
Um,
Let me find an open spot here to actually roll in. Here we go. This is going to be acrobatics for myself.
Okay.
Oh, come on. What the hell did you bounce off of?
Whoops.
don't have it written yet. I'll figure it out.
Ignore that second roll.
Sorry, had to talk to someone real quick.
Mm.
What did you need me to roll?
Athletics or acrobatics to just kind of go through and finalize your training.
Well, it's a difference between a +1 and a +2. I'll take the +2 though.
Go for it. As you do your roll, Valkin, is there anything that you want to do?
I'm going to be observing the training there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. The
Well, that
we
wasn't.
both didn't roll that great, but you still rolled higher.
Okay. So I will say, all right, as you two do a little bit of stretches and stuff like that, kind of get yourself a little ready and good to go as you just woke up a little bit. Norelor, unfortunately, as you are doing a stretch, you kind of pull a little too hard, and you get a Charlie horse in your leg.
Ooh.
ooh.
You do kind of like pad and rub against it or so a little bit, and it does go away relatively quickly. But you're just like, okay,
I said, well. All right.
Listen.
Okay. And as you two as you recover from your Charlie horse, you do get yourself in a battle position, and one after the other, blows are exchanged, kind of going within a Norelor, you're kind of go in a bit of a defensive position with your shield as you become more attuned with it in sorts. As Vladimir, you pretty much just focus more on trying to mix up Norelor, but with no success, as she's kind of reading you like a book of your movements, getting familiar to your usual tactics, until eventually Norelor does actually sweep your legs.
Very good. Very, very good.
That a lot better than when I started the training.
It was very interesting how you were able to read my body language like book. Very, very good.
Well, we've been fighting together side by side for a while now.
Mm-hmm. But very, very good on that last hit.
Yeah. You do continue for just a little bit of time, as I will as Valkin, you pretty much just relax and kind of watch through studying them. As I will kick it over to Targ for a moment. So Targ, wherever your character is at, over here. Yep. As you pat your drums and go through your general ritual, everything does seem to kind of fade around you as you solely focus on your specific targets. Which, let me go ahead and read that again. Okay, so as you pat your drums, just continue to focus on your target. Your eyes open a little bit as you see what looks before you, a young woman, human, like a young human woman with looks to be a bit more of curly hair that's a bit long, kind of draped over her shoulders a little bit as she kneels towards you. You see that she does carry a pin or badge that does resemble the exact same one that you recall in your prior life as Akanon's sort of like sigil for being a part of his prior guild. I'm trying to remember the name of it because my name escapes me.
Didn't you say he was part of the Harpers?
Yes, the Harpers. So it was like a pin that had the Harpers sigil on it. And
sorry, just a little bit of flavor.
no, you're good.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, just a little. And you do kind of, as you stop for a moment and you see her, she is rather beautiful. She does have while she does have a bit more of like a rustic appearance and such with her clothing, she does have a very faint sort of beauty, almost like a noble would present herself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She just kind of like nods towards you. Eyes, her specific eyes are actually glowing in a faint of green, like not amber. Why did I say amber? Like emerald. Indicating as like as if you were to cast Speak with Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ask her anything?
Let me think. Wish I kind of down some specific questions, but let's go with. Can you show me what was your happiest moment with Aknon?
Near the coast of the Sword Coast, we walked across the sand. He picked me up with his and carried me as we went into the water and held me tight. He spun me for a moment as the salt water had kind of kicked up into our nostrils. Everything felt right at that moment. And that's when he got down on his knee and gave me this beautiful looking gem, affixed it to a ring. I couldn't resist. And as she describes it, you do notice that the surrounding actually does change as you can smell the salt water of the Sword Coast line. and you even see a younger and more happy Aknon as she describes this. But you notice that the woman that he carries has a blurred face to her, despite the one that's sitting before you has a more clear, sort of a youngish attire. It does, seeing this sort of image kind of shocks you a little bit. For one, because your memories of him were a lot more combat oriented. But you also feel a bit of warmth in your chest, despite you being, undead.
Right. That it.
Oh, I think you're cutting out a little bit.
Nice to have all of that for now.
That's all you're gonna ask?
No, I'm just asking if that's the that specific question answered.
Oh, you're asking the specific question of what you messaged me, or?
No, I was just wondering if you had anything else on that.
That's pretty much just the faint memory that shows for that question.
Okay. My second query. What happened on the day that you fell?
We woke up together in the cabin, and this is all kind of like setting changes towards the location. A warm dew arose that day, but we smelled a large fire. He said that he would be called quickly to investigate a nearby village, and I waited for him. And I waited until I could hear cackling of goblins. And one particular voice, and a voice rings out as you see yourself sat in a seat inside the cottage, looking a lot cleaner and refurbished as she sits on her bed, waiting. You hear one voice. There's a woman inside. Tear her to shreds. As the doors burst open, and you see before she's swarmed by goblins itself, and she tries to fend off a few with a broom, but eventually you see that she's ripped to shreds, with the scimitars and clawing of sorts as you hear faint screams, and then a familiar ringing noise, followed by a bang, finishes her off. As you notice, a familiar and not so friendly Vulpine stands above her, just laughing as the vision fades.
Actually, yeah, that's it.
That's it?
No, I'm trying to formulate this next question properly.
Okay, sorry. Just double checking.
Right. Where are you from originally?
I was born within Waterdeep. Used to be a part of the crew that used to work for the Yawning Portal. A nobleman's daughter. I ran to do my own business. And that's when I met him. As the vision now goes towards a lively, bustling, yawning portal, as you see that she, in a more younger state, is wiping down tables and collecting drinks with a smile on her face. And as to the door, you see yet a also younger Aknon, wearing more simpler clothing for the guild. As you hear, be like, a round of drinks for the new recruit. And you feel a blushing in your face as she kind of like holds her shoulder, raring and ready to serve the table of adventurers. You can even see that as she approaches and talks to him a little bit, he's very awkward. It's like, how can I help you today? It's like, well, it's like, don't worry about the new recruit. We'll have one of the group, or one of the best meals you'll have. To a more pompous human individual who's bald. As you see the rest of this vision kind of go quickly as one moment after another. You see different moments of that night where that group stays pretty late and the young Aknon doesn't drink at all, but they continue to talk between her and Aknon, getting to know each other a bit more. As the vision fades.
Can you tell me more? Can you tell me more about his companions from that time?
Other harpers, close ones that helped him be recruited in. I don't know much more about them, but I remember him going to a funeral a while ago. They seem to have passed at this point, except one, Clovis. You do feel your connection towards her start to wane a little bit, as you feel as if you have like one last question you could ask her before you feel the connection break.
I think what she would actually like. Tell me what she would still know.
Sorry, you cut out a little bit.
Yeah, it's because I switched my. Hold on, let me switch back to my push to talk instead, because well, voice activity is a bit iffy. Yeah, there we go. I'm trying to think like what she would actually know still in this state.
Just trying to figure out any other information about Aknon, or I just need a specific question.
Yeah,
Well,
Can you tell me anything about where he would often gather with his associates, his allies, if you will?
She kind of pauses for a sec. He originally was a recruit in Neverwinter, but they had to travel down to Waterdeep for a job. He spent most of his time there, at the tavern known as the Golden Goose. Please, tell him it wasn't his fault.
I
As you-
already have. Silent Lord will welcome you both with kind open arms. You will be together once again in due time.
You do see that she extends her hand out to you. You-
Yeah, I reach out and take her hand.
You do feel there is like a gentle grip for her. Thank you. As you feel your connection, like also your grip, fade away. And you're back to where you're at.
Strange. Always takes me back.
Yeah.
And I turn and take my drum, put it back on my over my shoulder to my where I keep it, and return to the others.
Okay. As you return back, this will be around the time where Norelor and also Vlad would be finishing up their training. You do feel like, Norelor, that you've gained quite a bit of proficiency within your general weapons and different techniques. So, but what I will say from the roll itself, you could probably finish some extra exercises as you travel to the next location, and then you would pretty much be pretty well trained. Giving you either proficiency in martial weapons, or being able to gain a battle master sort of trait, whatever your choice would be.
hmm.
As they finish up their all this fighting, even Mock has kind of heightened the newly awakened werefox side of Valkin, and he hops over the banister. His form kind of almost a mid-transformation. The fur's much more roughed up there than usual, but isn't quite like it was in the Feywilds.
Paarth looks on in concern.
So, you okay though? Oh, Vlad? I mean, Vulcan.
Vulcan, what is it that's going on? What's got your fur all ruffled up?
Well, seeing you two spar, let's just say that it looks fun. And
Since I am here now, would you like to have a go at it?
there Well, sure. Why not? I take my staff off my back and twirl it with a little bit of extra dexterity than would be typical for me.
All right then.
Just be careful. We do not want people getting hurt. What Norelor and I were doing was training.
There. Da. Which is
Yeah.
why I choose the staff.
You will have to hit me very hard to actually cause permanent damage to me. And regardless, I will join the Silent Lord in due time anyway, so...
There. Da. And though I don't intend on hurting you.
I would expect you to not, since I am still at your side.
Besides, now, as you have said many times, one cannot kill what is already dead before the Silent Lord calls him back.
Indeed.
Okay.
All right.
So I would say with that, you guys are just still sparring as well in that
Mhm.
case.
Ye-
Okay. So you take some extra time to spar between the two of you. I would say with general martial proficiency, Targ mostly does get the better view of Vulcan.
Mm-hmm.
But you are able to slip in a couple of lucky shots. And as you do so, one sort of particular sorry, let me rephrase that. So from behind all of you, you do notice that there is a kind of sweeping of wind and smell of like honey and like other different types of like sweet scents. And as you look behind you, you see that a golden door has kind of quickly emerged as a much larger sort of reddish dragon, like large red pseudodragon, kind of like walks out.
Oh, red fairy dragon, don't forget.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly because of the size change and such, but and especially with some time passing through, but yep, like larger fairy dragon does
Okay.
hop out.
Great. Welcome back, Paarth. How are you feeling? Better?
The upper medium-sized pseudo-dragon slash fairy dragon-looking creature looks around curiously side to side before seeing familiar faces and begins to run towards you all with what would have been a scamper in his original size, but now is more of a rapid thudding towards you. As Vlad starts to have a snout pushed right into his chest.
Wait,
Is it?
would you say you galloped towards him?
Yeah.
It's great. Well, yeah, you have to get used to a bigger form there, Paarth.
Oh, snouted chest. Oh,
Is that really a medium scale?
I
upper
think that,
medium.
yeah, it's so, well, you want it to be larger, but you don't want to get the benefits of the large form, so we're saying medium, but you really aren't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the model is huge for the base.
Yeah,
It's
way too
D&D
big.
upper medium because, again, a centaur, which is a half horse, half man, in which a horse is normally considered a large creature, is considered a medium creature. Why? Because they're rules.
Still, at this scale, I don't know, it's really freaking long.
Again, if we
theater
slim
of
it
the mind
down,
at this point.
we'll have to do some theater of the mind because, again, the system does it in increments. We can either have this or half it, in which case it looks like Vlad is trying to ride something half his size.
Mm.
He is as medium-sized creature as a centaur is a quote-unquote medium-sized creature.
You get what I was saying?
Yeah, it's still sad to me in a way.
We already looked into as many options as we could. Before the game started, we literally compared 3 different models to try to find the best option.
Yeah, I get that. It's just unfortunate.
Yips.
Well, anyway, continuing on.
Yeah, any case, Vlad has a head about the size of his chest in his chest, nuzzling into him.
Aww. Look at you. They grow so big.
It just starts petting Paarth's cheeks there.
Paarth makes the usual happy little churring noise he normally would, except now it's so many octaves lower, it's just this deep rumble. Just this...
So it looks like things have been successful back home for you, huh?
Paarth sits down and noses over to Norelor, which he can easily reach with his long neck. Then, once settled on the ground, he gives a very confident nod, seeming that whatever has gone on over there, he's done whatever it is to satisfaction. Considering that he's even larger than he was when you all left, you have a feeling that some time has gone by for him.
Mm.
Beyond that, his side bags, his collar, and his cape have all been adjusted to his new size.
Well, guess I have to thank the face to make something that would automatically change to your newer size.
Paarth kind of cranes his head to just look at his side bags for a second, and just a more or less a huh, and then looks back and then nods again. So much has passed by, he hasn't even put it too much thought to it.
Mm-hmm.
How long has it been? They couldn't have. We had only just got them back.
Paarth kind of gives Vlad a bit of a strange look, looks up at the sky, and then through his telepathy, he shares a bit of a blur of Paarth running around the feywilds, cleaning up the mess, working with the constable, and gathering the Fae into fairy circles for what appears to have been, from the feeling of the premonition of time, a few weeks.
Well, if only it would have been a week.
Oh, only 1 week. Okay, then just a week.
Okay. Does time walk differently in the Feywilds than it does here?
Paarth gives a very affirmative nod.
So basically 1 night here is 1 week over there. Got it.
Paarth shakes his head and visualizes a flowing river that ebbs and flows.
So, you're just saying how much time passes versus time over here can change.
Paarth gives another nod.
Okay.
Well, that broke my mind a little bit.
But yeah, it's hard to... Yeah, that is something you wrap the head around.
Well, something I'll have to get used to, that's for sure.
considering back at the few things that he's witnessed in his time in the feywilds, he has no way of expressing just how strange it is over there sometimes.
So as you all kind of reconnect and soar as Valkin and Targ, you finish up your training. Targ showing your expressions of actual genuine, like, not, I wouldn't say surprise, but like being like, yeah, like you've been training pretty well a little bit. As you do finish up with your training a little bit and you relax for a moment, you gather up together, and the biggest question is on your minds at this point. What do we do now?
Well, that certainly got the blood flowing. My thanks, Targa.
Paarth starts to
Anytime,
crane his
Valkin.
head and look over Vlad's shoulder towards the slightly unusually fluffy looking Valkin in the distance.
I stow my staff in its clasps on my back. Well, shall we return to the others? I see that we have a. I see that Paarth has returned to us. Greatly enlarged.
Yes, let us rejoin them.
Still not as big as the other Guardian, but certainly has started to catch up.
Shift.
Well, Norelor will probably still be giving him like head pats and chin squishes.
As Vladimir is still continuing giving Paarth like cheek rubs and whatnot.
Paarth is just being an absolute sap, just sitting there with his eyes half closed, just nuzzling in gently. He hasn't got his petting quota for a whole week.
Concerning.
Said, you two done with your sparring for now?
Yes, I believe we have established some basic methodology and a few bits of advanced knowledge.
It was quite enjoyable. You can tell that though my fur and features are still in that kind of heightened state there, my demeanor is a little bit more controlled than when we first started sparring. It's subtle, but it seems that the physical exertion there helps.
He just needed to get a bit of aggression out of his system.
As Valkin approaches, Paarth swings his head around, and Valkin gets several very warm, misty puffs in his face as he's being sniffed over because the now half fairy dragon, half pseudodragon creature is trying to smell the vulpine lupine.
There. We'll get him, Paarth. There. It seems like I'm not the only one who has had a change of form.
Paarth nods, and from his face you can get an expression of Paarth trying to figure out what exactly changed with you, as he seems to be studying you and can obviously smell the lupine, the lupine aspects, and is like still trying to work it out because dog-like things smell like the other dog-like thing. Double dog-like thing?
As I kind of laugh at the dragon's confusion there and the funny faces he makes, my fur begins to kind of quiet down. There's still a bit of a roughness to it that would probably just take a little bit of, brushing there to get rid of, but it's no longer has this self-standing effect.
Yeah, you can still have to get used to your new aspects, aren't you?
The
OOC, Valkin, the double dog you don't dare fight.
Yeah. If you do fight him, the double dog there. Anyway.
The Feywild certainly has curious influences, does it not?
Oh, just nod at that statement.
Paarth seems to basically breathe a bit of a sigh in response to that.
Well,
for instance, Thor just basically takes a bit of a stance where he evidently is about to move, and you can just see how incredibly fast he has become. He can move like more than twice as fast as a regular person now. Just like zoom.
Fast zombie.
Yes.
Yeah, we all got benefits from that, didn't we?
Paarth does put his head on Vlad's shoulder for a couple of moments, going, "My spot is small now."
You didn't quite see him go so fast before this now, though. He literally just ran like 150 feet in one,
Yeah, run like the wind.
like 6 seconds. Yeah.
Well,
feeling Vlad feeling Paarth's head rest on Vlad's shoulder there for a little bit. He gets the sensation of, oh, my spot's too small now. Vlad's just like, oh, they out there, it's okay.
He just tries to crawl up on your back and you just fucking collapse.
He just like crush you into the ground.
Oh no!
oh.
I said, well, that's my part. We can actually hug it out, and she needs to do that.
This makes Paarth
Right.
quite happy as he thumps his tail against the ground, which does make an audible thunk, thunk, as the tail weighs about 40 pounds.
Tail bappers.
Do be careful with that. Well, I did hear that you were saying, where should we head? I was thinking that a good place would be Neverwinter. It would be good to a good place to find more information. Bustling town.
Yes, actually, I communed with the other world again, and I actually had a conversation with Aknon's beloved.
How did that go?
Well, there is apparently a location of interest in Neverwinter that Aknon and his Harper associates were using as a gathering point of sorts. Quite often, it seems.
That sounds like a place we should probably visit.
There is also such a location in Waterdeep. She was actually from there originally.
Mm.
There. Well, I'm not too familiar with the lands here. How far away are they from one another?
Waterdeep is, I believe, further some ways to the north.
Let me check the map. Okay.
No,
So, pretty much, since you had gone through the forest a little bit to get to Thunder Tree prior, and you went south, to get to the castle, which is where your location's at, it would take a little bit of time for you to essentially. You could either go towards the coast and get back on the high road, and then go up straight to Neverwinter, which will take you quite some time. Or, I would say probably, let's see here. 1 hex is 5 miles. Yeah, so let's see, this would be like 5, 10, 15, 20. Like 25 miles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so essentially if you were to try and hit the main road, it's about roughly 20 to 25 miles from where you're at. Which at this point you would already have a map of the general location, and so you have like a marking on your map as to where Aknon's place is, which is near the end of all the forest and such. Going east, I'm really bad with maps. West, going west towards the coast, would take
and
you.
Waterdeep is south of Neverwinter, yeah.
Yeah, which could take about a couple of days to get there. Would probably take you at least a decent chunk of today to get to Neverwinter, unless you went on a bit more of a faster pace.
I always forget the order that Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, Neverwinter, and Luskan are in. Always confused which way is Neverwinter and which way is Waterdeep, because Waterdeep basically, as the general sphere of influence, it actually splits the Zord Coast in two.
Yeah, because how the map looks is that getting out from the Neverwinter woods, it would be a couple days travel, going around the Mare of Dead Men and near the coastline for the Sword Mountains to get into Waterdeep if you decided to go that way. Of course, it would take you a lot less time to get to Neverwinter. I would say about a day's travel would get you there.
Yeah,
But
it's very close.
yeah, for Waterdeep though, it would definitely take you like a good number of days. Like
Probably 3 to 4 days at least.
So we have the high
Yeah.
road or the long road we can take, huh?
Well, it's still considered as the high road. It's just whether or not you're going north on the high road to Neverwinter, or you're following the high road south, which would lead you to Waterdeep. Whatever location you would want to preferably visit is your call.
We'll probably best go to the closest location, which is Neverwinter.
Yeah, I feel that way as well. We would probably need to go by the coastal road that goes by the Mere of Dead Men, go directly southward, then where it turns around the Thornhold, go to southeast.
Yeah, well, that's if you go to Waterdeep. But since
Yeah.
y'all are thinking about doing,
Yeah, Neverwinter is just to the west by northwest.
yeah, the only notable thing that you would pass by is Helm's Hold, on the way there, which was a fortified city and cathedral dedicated to Helm, which was founded in north of the Sword Coast. So it's pretty much just a fair location sort which you would pass on by. So it doesn't look like it'd be anything too crazy besides a day of travel.
Helm guides my path.
Mhm.
The Watcher.
So I would say for best guess, y'all are just making your way up that way then.
Yeah.
But before we go, do want to use the last of this material. Let's see if I can bring back Hoots there. Give us a little bit more eyes in the sky.
All right.
I would say actually, if you since you do have a cart with you, you could sit in the cart and do it in there. I allow that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Also, fun little exchange between Vlad and Paarth there.
yeah, I was
You
seeing
can
that.
practically hear the rocks rolling around in his head.
Well, talk about roles being reversed.
Also, just for people's reference, because the game has a limitation here, Paarth is approximately 300 pounds, and to his shoulder, he's 3'8".
Yeah.
So he's
Actually-
kind of like a small-ish pony, big enough to ride on, but just big enough to ride on.
I wonder what happens if I set you to the half scale and see
You
how
give
big
it a
you
shot,
would
but it might overshoot the other direction. Yeah.
be.
Yeah, it overshot.
It's all right. So I'll just go back. That's the general. That's
I wish we
medium.
could literally get halfway between those 2 points.
Nah. It's all based upon the model itself, which is really annoying. You could probably do
Yeah.
something in Hero Forge because I think, or unless they don't have
still
like a
don't
dragon.
have dragons.
Like the quadruped don't dragons.
Really?
You can do, yeah, you can do bipedal, but you can't do quads.
Yeah, you can do like Dragonborn, but not dragons.
That's
even-
so weird.
You know, you think that's bad? You can have pseudo dragons as a hand or shoulder accessory, but despite the fact that every single other familiar, like owl, hawk, etc., you can have them alone, standing on a base or flying. If it's a flying creature, pseudo dragon is the only one that doesn't have the ability to buy just the pseudo dragon by itself. They don't give you the option. It is exclusively a hand or shoulder accessory.
It's so
is-
interesting.
Red?
Oof.
It's annoying.
Oh, I believe it. You wouldn't have me if that was an actual option for you.
Yeah, that was what I planned to do originally when we started the game. I was just going to buy a pseudo dragon model right from Hero Forge, and I was like, wait, why can't I select it? And then another friend was showing me his character kneeling down with a pseudo dragon on his shoulder, a pseudo dragon on his hand, and a pseudo dragon in his lap. And I'm like, dude, how'd you do that? And he said, I just picked pseudo dragon. So I couldn't do it, and after hours of trying, I then realized it only works if you have a humanoid model and select the pseudo dragons as accessories. I'm like, oh, come on.
Ah.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah. Which actually, I was just looking on their site too. It was a little side thing or so, and they did add they have robot helpers and such, and like a little like robot drone that you could make, but they also added the Fennec Fox as a familiar. Normal one and a kit, so even younger Fennec Fox, which I'm like, that seems weird, but it's also like really adorable. But like they couldn't have added like pseudo dragons or anything like that, or just general dragons. Like
As I
that's
said,
weird.
Nah.
they added chickens, owls, and what was it, like a possum or something before pseudo dragon. They
That does
added
not
a goose before pseudo dragon.
A goose with a wizard hat, specifically.
There must
Call
be
me
some sort of
Doom
meme
Duck.
on that.
Yeah, I want to get a basic model for that one because it's from the Fool's Gold sort of stuff. But I definitely want to make a model with the Doom Duck and then just straight up like have that be like a conjure like beast or something like that, where it's like this acts as a raptor, and so like all of them just start like freaking doing stuff. Be so goofy.
So,
And
general audience, consider Paarth halfway between those two sizes. He's supposed to be just a little bit bigger than Vlad is.
Right.
What was that history for Lozang? I mean, Lozong?
Oh, he messaged me something privately with getting information about Helm's Hold.
Mm.
So, yeah. Okay. So 17 on it. Okay, thank you for that. And so when it comes down to Helm's Hold, your general information is that let's see. So generally you know that it's around 20 miles southeast of Neverwinter, not far from the edge of the woods itself. There is a stretch of forest full of wild magic known as the Watcher's Forest. That was named for the fact it was tended by some residents of Helm's Hold. And generally, for like the first 40 or so years of the Hold's existence, local priests and paladins of the Helm patrolled the Watcher's Forest and the high perimeter of the Neverwinter Woods. For general history, it originally was a farming community known as Helm's Stead for some time, during or before the early 1350s DR, until within like the 15th century or so. In the years of the cataclysm of the Spell Plague, Helm's Hold became renowned as a place of safety and haven for healing of catered to all those in need. At this time, it's still kind of a little bit considered that sort of area as more of like a safety haven, but generally it's just a good safekeeper so at this time for a lot of travelers.
Alright, I relay this information to the others. What about the second part of my question about Helm as a divine in general?
As a divine, let me see.
He's a lawful neutral god of oaths and duty, right?
I believe that is the case.
Yeah, but should I roll religion separately for that in order to kind of determine the level that I would know about his what he does and what he's all about, really?
You could go for that, yeah, for religion.
Right, oh. 23.
Okay, let me see. Anything religious about the Helm? Let's see. So at this point in time, let's see. Followed by short vision sages. You're the porter following Helm. The threat of the. So you do know that in the past, within like the 15th century or so, there were a couple of rising leaders or so. One specifically, a leader of the heirs of Azure named Rohini, Rohini, also known in the Hold as the Prophet, capitalized on general turning of events or so, and earned the trust of the Helmites with the divination of the return of Helm. Over time, he gained great influence in the area and corrupted many of the priests, working on behalf of the Abelethic sovereignty to take over the city's unfortunate spell scarred to the sovereignty. Around the year of the Ageless One, it was revealed that the prophet Ronan was in fact a member of the Asmadi, who wanted the spell scarred for service to her god Asmodeus, but that was quenched a while ago. Generally due to like the devils and succubus and such that that basically thwarted them in addition to Heroes of Neverwinter. After those events and within the year of the warrior priest, like 1489, there were adventuring members of the Order of the Gauntlet, one specifically in the name of the Haven Tarmakos, began experiencing signs of the god Helm's return. And there were general events that shortly followed afterwards by several others claiming the same visions that he had seen. A veteran of the Siege of the Hold, Javen started a splinter group he named the Order of the Gilded Eye, which refused to follow the Order of the Gauntlets ethos of attacking without provocation and actively sought out to destroy all hidden evil. At this point, a lot of that might still be around, but you would know that from the past there was a corruption with the prophets, Rohini, that did try to use that sort of corruption to their advantage. But the Order of the Gilded Eye generally try to destroy all that hidden evil. For now, it's not too certain as to where their position is, primarily because of your general history going for it. But you do know that it did lean in more evil times prior, but as time passed, there was more of a leaning towards good deities and also of like general lawful good aspects.
Yeah, I know he has been associated with Sune in particular at times, and I do know about Asmodeus enough that he used to be essentially the king or emperor of the Nine Hells. He was the highest of the devil princes, if you will,
Yeah,
before his
exactly.
ascension to actual godhood. Something that his underling Mephistopheles also attempted, but never quite succeeded in.
Yeah, that would have been definitely a while ago, though. At least showing for it. But
At this point, yeah, it is quite ancient history.
Mm-hmm.
exactly, it's generally just ancient history at this point. But all right, was there anything else that y'all were thinking about, or?
I'll just voice this instead, it'll be easier. Just a heads up actually on that. As per Ace, trying to ride Paarth bareback is a DC 12 to stay on, whereas a saddle would drop it down to DC 10.
So generally that is in certain situations of when you may be knocked off of it. So generally it doesn't take a DC to try and actually, ride something unless you're taming it. But since you're already like independent in your case, Vlad can just ride you in general. But if there was a situation where you were to be knocked off, it would be DC 12 until you get a saddle for DC 10.
Yeah, in combat situations and just distress.
Though,
Yes.
honestly, I would like to, just for added effect, because this would be Vladimir's very first time in doing anything like that. Probably, let's just go ahead and do a DC 12 roll and see if he passes.
That'd be funny. Sure, let's do it.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Go. You are proficient in it because you're proficient in land vehicles. So.
Mm-hmm. So let's do.
Yay! I'm
Ironic
a vehicle of destruction.
Yeah, I don't know. Little
that would
dragon
be
with wings into land
that's
vehicle.
and that's what, dexterity modifier, right? Or I don't remember.
It'd be dexterity. Dexterity.
Okay, so it'll be.
There's like no way you would fail.
I was about to say, as far as I'm aware, this doesn't have a ride check skill anymore, is there?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally just dexterity.
Okay, yeet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He wobbled and then was like, "No, I'm good."
Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
slight wobble as Paarth is standing up. Vlad's like, oh, steady. Okay, there we go.
Speaking of things, Ace, I just saw a thought that came across due to our limitations here. For purposes of knowing what tile I am actually occupying, considering my model keeps taking up a 2x2, consider the actual tile that is occupied is always my front right.
Okay. Well, I mean, your model is like it's just a 1x1, so it shouldn't be
It
too
is.
much of an
Oh, it
issue.
is still 1x1. Oh, okay, good. So my tile, my thing itself is occupying one tile. So we'll always go based off of what tile that I am actually occupying. Then.
That is correct.
Alright. One thing I would like my character to keep look out for and try to find is some belladonna, as it can help if he be something of a help if Valkin accidentally goes fell with his rare.
Oh yeah, also I wanted to give all the berries and fruits that I found to the party. So I don't actually eat unless it's good berries for healing.
Sound good. You do so.
Norelor goes and finds herself some anison and just wraps it up really well in cloth. I don't know if you guys know what anison is.
Not offhand.
It is effectively dog nip.
Ah.
Like catnip, but dog.
Yeah, it's the same stuff that they put in chicken soup sometimes. It's those black seeds that look like a big star.
Okay.
It's effectively dog nip, and it's hilarious.
Good to know.
Very good to know. Okay, so at this point, I would say that you guys are, as well. Firstly, Vlad, you clumsily but effectively do mount Paarth, which you've never had to mount a dragon before, so you have to find yourself in a good comfy position, even as Paarth does a little playful like hop and like shift you around and such. So it's like oh god.
Okay.
Yes, dragons are much more wiggly than a horse.
Exactly. But you are successfully able to mount Paarth and be good to go. So yeah.
There was one more thing to my mind that I had to resolve. Paarth with Vlad on top. Paarth very slowly and very gently approaches the mule, going, I'm not a danger. Don't run away. I'm not going to eat you.
Mule's just kind of there.
Just making sure that the mule doesn't freak out on his at the sight of him.
As long as you don't provoke it, you're pretty much good to go.
Damn, that mule must have seen things.
It's an adventure.
Oh
mule.
yes.
Sees things all the time.
It has seen it has seen Targ.
That's true. But anyway, you guys start making your way over to Neverwinter, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I do need someone to give a perception check as you make your way through.
Is it sight, smell, or hearing based?
Generally it would be sight based. So you would just want to deem one person as
Honestly,
So I have the highest perception of the group due to my constant advantage. So +4, so that is 18.
I get a
18.
19 actually.
Well, still both of you are able to succeed in such. I don't have a map of Neverwinter because that would be huge and would probably bug the game out a little bit, so I'm going to cut away to a different screen, which I need to get the models up here, so give me one moment. There you go.
The only other thing that Vladimir would do en route is interact with the eyeglass to see what updates have gone through since the Feywilds.
Okay.
Also-
hold on, give me a sec.
Yep.
Hold on.
Yep.
Also remember that I'm extremely fast and I don't really tire the same way as the others.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well.
I do see one more thing we never fixed, Ace, when you got a sec.
Well, Well, hold on a sec. My OBS is freezing,
Uh-oh.
so
No
Oh,
rush.
no.
I'll wait.
I think it just crashed.
Yeah, you did.
Ooh, okay. Everyone, we will be back here in just a few moments while Ace gets his stream back up and running. So, stand by.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Yeah, the beans thing wasn't like loading up properly for me. It was showing as like it's like a basic line, and so I tried to like
Reload
fix
it.
it a little bit. Yeah, I tried to reload it, but then it crashed OBS.
Well, do you think you'll be right back, or should I pause recording too?
Well, give me one moment. I'm just trying to.
Okay, let's keep going then.
Well, I need to be live, so.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just asking if I should pause the recording.
If you want to pause
Recording,
it, feel
no.
free to.
I'll just keep recording for the time being. There's in-world chat happening anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, I'll take the opportunity to get something more to drink real quick.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Your beans. The beans thing is causing my thing to crash again. Hmm.
It shouldn't. It's literally just a web browser with a very basic feature in it.
I'm gonna try and delete it from my main camera and then re-add it. See if that
Yeah.
might work.
Because the D&D beans aren't even using the stream bean feature. It's just using the normal old bean feature.
Yeah. Maybe just because it wasn't loading up properly, and then there we go. Hey, much better.
Yay!
Huzzah!
So Excelsior, and then do I have you guys linked up properly? Let's see. I think because it crashed, I have to redo it again. Just give me one sec. Okay. And then let me go ahead and mute up a chat. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good now.
I don't
Okay,
see
yeah.
it. Oh, hang on. There it goes.
Hey, Baba
back.
Boy.
Pardon me. That was fast.
Sorry about that, yo.
Here we go again.
Let me just fix your guys' size and everything like that, and then we'll be good to go.
All right.
Yeah, easy fixes. I'm a fucking tech boy.
Well,
And,
easy fits.
Yeah. So we're back, everybody. Oh, before we go ahead and start, though, because we're waiting on Norelor, I made gooses on Hero Forge.
Is it any wonder that people are so afraid of technology?
Oh, no.
Technology!
Yeah.
It's a posse of geese.
With one wizard hat one. Because
Is this awakened?
this is anytime that someone casts a summon spell, and it's like, I'm going to use geese, this is the model I'm going to use.
Nice.
Where's this model?
I have it on
he's
stream.
in Fear of Forge. It's true.
Ah.
This is the boys. The boys are back in town.
It's
Okay.
a goose gang.
Exactly. Okay. So before I had the unfortunate case of crashing, let's get back to where we were. So you all start making your way on over to Neverwinter, and since I don't have a map for it, I'm just gonna switch over to my general basic camera until we do stuff on Tailspire again. So this will be all narration of the mind and shit.
Yeah.
Can I ask you that real quick thing?
What's the quick thing?
When Paarth got scaled up, originally his speeds was 15 land, 60 fly. What should his new speeds be with him being, 2 size categories larger?
So your flying speed is still going to be the same, but you're just going to have 30 feet of land movement.
Okay. I kind of figured I should have at least the 30 land speed now that he's bigger.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
in that case, yes, Paarth isn't going to struggle to walk alongside the mule then.
And yep. So you do make your way on over to throughout the woods and such. Actually, as you do start your preparations and such, and start trying to find your way back through the path that you were provided, you do actually notice one thing. That there is a new path that is opened that leads more west than north from a path you originally took. As the trees like move and like open up a path perfectly for your cart along with the rest of you.
Sorry about that. I'm back now.
You're welcome
So,
back.
This new path is something that we didn't see the last time we passed by, or just we find this path that we just like notice opening up on the side that has like just from our angle of view, not just this is suspicious. The trees moved.
As you make your preparations, you notice that a path opens up at your very eyes, making a whole new path or so that goes more west.
So
it's
literally
something
it
that
opened
just
up in front of
happens.
us. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Since-
exactly.
Since Targ is kind of in that scout sort of role, would he notice this first?
Everyone would notice at the exact same time, since it would make noise and such of pretty much everything doing it.
Okay.
Right. I thought of this before we were going to start our transition, but then we had the technical difficulties. Paarth will look around and look towards the rest of the party, since it's a little difficult to look at Vlad, and he telepathically indicates like a where is, and then thinks vividly of the half-elf buried under books.
That's it. Oh.
Oh,
Yes. Marshall, he had some business that he had to take care of, unfortunately. Or, yeah. He felt that his time with us in the adventure was sadly at an end. Cannot really blame him for having responsibilities.
The pseudo-fae kind of lowers his head a little bit, looking a little disappointed, but nods and continues to walk alongside the mule.
And with that, Vlad just gives a couple gentle pats on Paarth's neck of comfort.
Yeah, during this walk, Vlad's gonna get a lot of practice of feeling like the left and right sag as Paarth walks.
Yep. But
Hey.
okay, so you do start off your journey by following this new path through the dense thickets within still the early morning or so, and with general perceptions as you go through, as hours pass by through the forest, you don't really have anything too crazy happen. I mean, there's a couple of critters or so that pass on by and that look at you as you pass through, but it's a very pleasing journey throughout the forest as a couple hours pass.
Paarth actually is looking around, half expecting to see the druid pop out somewhere at some point.
Yeah, someone to roar.
Yes, I, the druid. Nature and bullshit. The trees like you a lot, but don't give them your phone number. So anyway, I know that Valkin, as you make your journey throughout the forest, you do redo your summoning ritual. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want an owl again, or a different creature?
I'd like to go ahead and stick with the owl.
Okay.
I was about to say,
Also
you're
nice
kind of hoping
sneeze.
to get that goose back.
Get that Canadian goose back.
Yeah. If only there was a way to like customize it a bit more for Hero Forge, so you could literally make a full-fledged Canadian geese, but you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you do like markings, but I don't know if you actually can. I'll have to mess with that and say,
Yeah, maybe.
I summon a bunch of deadly frickin'
Right.
I summon Canadian demons, otherwise known as Canadian geese.
Exactly.
Yes. Let's see. They have a AC of 18.
Oh, they have plus 20 to hit. And you die. But
And they have pack tactics.
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They have Velociraptor stats. I forgot about that. So
Yes, exactly.
exactly. Yeah. Okay. Then there you go, Breaker. There's your owl. And
Alright.
okay. So after an hour passes, your owl does come back, and you're like, "Whoo, sha. Cool, perfect." As the rest of your journey, at least outside of the woods, or going out of the woods, is pretty good actually. You do arrive in a sort of small plainish sort of area, as the dense thicket of the woods stops, and the rest of the forest does, or not, and the rest of pretty much the open road is revealed to you all, as you can actually smell a little bit of some of the salt water from the ocean kind of kick past in a wind. As you do notice that, like, offset of the hill that you're on, the high road leads there, as a couple of carts travel to and fro. So you make your way carefully down the hill itself, and make yourself back onto the road, as some people are just kind of like, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah, imagine Paarth is turning some heads.
Oh, so sorry. I've been reading the text chat at the same time. We start to enter Neverwinter.
No, you just get onto the high road.
Oh, we're just on the high road, passing other people.
Yeah, like it's kind of like when you get those like videos of crazy drivers or so, and like they go from like one end of the highway and they turn onto the other but still keep the same direction. That's kind of what you guys do, but in a more careful and slow route, and just kind of fix yourself so you're on the right side. And some people are like frustrated, like, what the fuck is going on here?
As well as, of course, that yes, they have a mule and some sort of weird dragon thing walking alongside it that seems quite placated.
Yeah. But after some additional time does pass, it does get a bit later in the day. Do you stop on the road itself to travel and rest for the night, or do you just kind of continue your way through? Because it is pretty much going to take up your entire day of traveling.
Targ literally has to slow down in order to let everyone else keep up with him.
Just pulls a Sonic, just runs a really far away, and every time we catch up, he's just leaning against a tree, picking his teeth, playing cards.
has a chili dog in his hand. Well, guys, Neverwinter has crazy cool chili dogs. Whoa.
Well, it depends. Can we get there in one day and just like spend the night in Neverwinter, or will it take more than one day to get there?
So it would take just about a day. So if you do continue into the night, you would probably be making it there pretty much around like end of day, beginning of the new day. But still having it be dark out and such if you do continue your stride. Though you may lose a little bit of sleep if you can't find a location to sleep at.
And by
But-
then, I think Paarth will earn an exhaustion point from walking that long.
Yeah.
All right, so it's better to take a night sleep in the rail. I think they'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
Wouldn't hurt the wouldn't hurt to do another bit of camping.
Paarth nods, having walked more than he has in his entire lifetime.
Makes no difference to me.
Oh, I'm actually getting used to this. This is actually quite comfy.
As Vlad says that, he sees Paarth crane his head all the way around with his long neck and just noses right into his face. Just a gentle nose.
Right. Yep. So, as you would continue traveling and such, you do actually stop by, and you are relatively close to Helm's host, when you do officially stop. So, it would take a little bit of extra time to get there, but you can see, like, as you go up the hill and such, when you travel, on the horizon you see what looks to be Helm's host, which could be a safe haven. So
Helm's Hold?
Helm's Hold, yeah, my bad.
I said, do you guys want to stay there for the night, or at least nearby it?
It wouldn't hurt.
Paarth looks at the area and nods, though Vlad can definitely feel that the closer we get towards civilization, the more anxious Paarth starts to get, feeling a little bit self-conscious given his new appearance.
Well, regardless, if we intend to stay at the hold itself, we will require proper lodgings, because I know that in this region they don't really look favorably upon drifters camping out in the open within the walls.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be something that at the very least Targ, you, and also Norelor would know a bit about. Generally because Helm's Hold does have some religious background, and that would have been something that would have been covered within your teachings and such, of at least knowing of like the other surrounding areas and within the general Sword Coast. So if you were going to stay there, you would need to make sure that you have proper accommodations.
Yeah, and I don't think Paarth gets a free pass anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not.
No, Paarth would need to be finding some place in the stables.
Well, he is still medium-sized, like upper medium again. He can technically get in the room, but he'd be laying across the entire floor.
Yes. Though I do wonder if they allow creatures the size of a Shetland pony to enter a building like that.
Only one way to find out, I suppose.
This will be very entertaining. Paarth follows Vlad inside. Everybody's looking at this scene. Everybody's like,
Well, then perhaps we should make our way into town and see about getting some accommodations.
Well, it's not a town, but whatever. But yeah, probably best to go in and see if we can get a room for the night.
Yeah.
I'll let you champions handle the talking.
Yeah. So for general context and describing Helm's Hold just a bit more, it is generally a fortress-like city that has been dedicated to its patron deity and home of patron deity within the Order of the Gilded Eye, which this is generally something that like Norelor would probably know about, and also Targ, with your information, you would also know a little bit about. But generally, it's like a fortress-like city where this order is basically headquartered at. So, and the general founder would have been this Haven Termikos, which would have been essentially just offshooting off the Order of the Gauntlet, which is another military group with strong ties to the good aligned faiths of Faerun. The Gilded Eye is more of an overzealous military organization dedicated to the eradication of extraplanar evil throughout the realms.
So, Amarandin Wonderfoot is no longer the chief speaker.
No, that would have been a while ago. They're just the general founder of the Order of the Gilded Eye.
I thought that was Dumal Erard.
Wait, sorry. What were you saying is the current person?
At least in 1489, still Amarandin Wonderfoot was still the chief speaker of Helm's Hold.
Oh yeah, you're right. He is. I was just trying to remember what time period we were in too, because I'm just like, all that information is just in my head right now.
I get you.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, so they're generally still the keeper and such of Helm's Hold, and there is still just a little bit of that overzealous energy as you do start to make your way on over. As you do notice that there are banners lining up the walls, which in the dark it's kind of hard to tell, at least color-wise. But as you approach closer, you can kind of tell it's with like the torches and such. It is looking to be of red banners with an open eye set upon a closed white fist, indicating some of the guild's functions there. And you are stopped up by these large gates of Helm's Hold by a few guards. Like, halt, state your business.
Paarth deliberately hangs back as we approach the gates so that he doesn't look like he's a threat.
We are simply travelers that seeking a place to stay for the night.
Travelers, eh? No simple traveler goes to Helm's Hold. What's your true business?
Targ would still have his hood and mask up.
We are travelers here. As you can see, it is growing night out. We are en route to Neverwinter, and this place is well fortified. We thought that we would shelter here for the night, rather than out on the open road.
He's also kind of hunched over a bit, just leaning to his staff. His kama is hidden in his underneath his cloak, and he has also left his belongings, the backpack, on the mule.
Paarth, being about 40 feet back behind the mule, is just kind of sitting, or standing, because he has Vlad still riding him, but Paarth is just standing there with his head kind of perked up, looking over from the distance, just listening and watching curiously.
Adventurers, huh? What guild do you hold from?
We hold from the Guild of Trunarth.
Trunarth? That's not a guild in this range at all.
No, it is a small and more traveled one.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check with that.
Okay.
As per recalling of a while ago, you do have the knowledge that the Guild of Trunarth is not a guild, and rather a ploy to bring you all here. So I would say roll a deception check. Let me see what I can roll.
It is Clovis's ploy, though. Who knows how much he seeded that lie of his.
Yeah.
Let's see. D20 plus deception is 8.
I could try to whisper to Valkin about the harbor connection. Maybe use it as mentioning, as a kind of a leverage thing if this fails.
And while this is going on, Vlad is going to take up.
Oh, nat
Oh,
20, holy
shit.
shit.
Nat 20. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But as this is going on, Vlad
Never mind, I guess.
is going to dismount from Paarth to stand next to him.
Okay, sounds good then. So as you do mention that, it's just like new upstanding guild. I guess I never heard of it. Mustn't have gone through the registry yet on our end. Do you have at least any sort of official sigil or anything like that to show of it or so? We have to double check these things.
Paarth perks up and lifts his head, which he still bears the original collar of the guild.
Oh.
Back here.
One of the guards does move on over. It's like, ooh, okay. He just kind of like leans down a little bit.
Don't worry, he doesn't bite. He's gentle.
As
That's what they all
Vlad just pets along Paarth's neck.
Yeah, that's what they all say. As he kind of like murmurs to himself. And he like looks at the token.
Paarth just keeps his head raised up, though his tail swishes gently when given pats.
Checks out. All right. Well, even if what you're saying is true, we do have to get approval of making sure that you're let in. We can't just let any random strangers and a newer guild or so appear. So do you mind holding here for a moment as we grab our official?
Yeah.
Oh, do as you need to. You have protocols.
Thank you.
Paarth sits down on the ground and gives a lazy yawn as he just sits there for a few minutes.
So you, as the guards do make it back to their post and such, one of them does a whistle, indicating from upwards on top of the wall itself, which you do see like one person like lean over and give like a little like salute, as they just kind of, you're kind of in this waiting period of having someone kind of come on down to meet up with you all.
Well, looks like we might be here a minute.
Indeed. So, might I ask where you were traveling from, now that we have this downtime?
There. Oh, we had been in, let's see, player
Neverwinter
consulting
Woods.
notes.
Fandolin.
Where you tried like the original town we were in?
Mention Fandolin.
There.
Oh, yeah, like we went from Vandalin, we killed goblins in Neverwinter Woods, we blah blah blah.
Yes. Years ago, we originally went to Philander. We went to a place called Casmo's Castle in order to eliminate the goblins. To eliminate the goblins that lived there, and now we're on our way to Neverwinter.
I'm sorry, but you dealt with a goblin nest near Phandalin as a group of adventurers in an unknown guild?
There. Oh, yes.
Well,
Yes.
let's just say that because we are just starting out, we're trying to put our name out there.
Paarth makes a happy little rumble in the still at his 40-foot distance from the guards.
You do see that one of the guards is just like, well, you do look like an impressive bunch, while the other one's like, they're just speaking up the ass right now. There's no way that anyone would be able to take out an entire nest of goblins and only be a few people.
I mean, can I leverage something?
If you want to.
I would like to use my knowledge of history that I checked for earlier, and I would like to mention that. What are you so concerned about? That we are more Asmodean infiltrators looking to cause a disturbance?
I don't know. Are you considered of Asmodeus? As you do see he holds a hand to his sword.
There. Would those servants of Asmodeus take on goblins like that to aid in the surrounding area?
The guard takes his hand off the sword. Yes, I suppose that would be different, but
We have no quarrel with the flock of Helm or Torm.
None. Besides, as they say, a house divided against itself cannot stand.
I suppose you're right. Apologies on that. And as the conversation dwindles a little bit at that point, a door that is more human-sized and such, instead of it being a large gate before you, does open up actually as a route of where the guards would go through usually through the walls, and locks behind them. As you notice a woman of darker tone and of more braided hair. She does walk up clad in sort of silverish plate armor. It's like, what seems to be the business here? Says, Zara, we have guest in the night. She kind of looks all of you up and down. It's just like, it seems to be a weird set of guests here. What's their purpose? And basically the guard explains what you've told them and such, and it's like, so, and she kind of looks you all takes a step forward, hands on hip, and it's just like, you think you can just come here in the middle of the night and request lodging through us?
Well, it was something we thought to come and see if your town would be welcoming of travelers instead of camping on the roadside.
A town. You think of us merely as a town, right?
Not really.
Very well fortified. One
You are
to be sure.
This is a fortress dedicated to followers of Helm. We thought it'd be safer than being this outside of you guys.
She
Yes,
turns. Here.
Does
She
the
tur-
water not protect travelers on the road? Will you refuse us shelter after all we've been through?
Let Ace speak for a sec.
Okay.
Yeah. She turns to Norelor and extends a handout or so and such, being like, well, at least someone is knowing of who we are in the general regard. We're not a town, okay? This is a military organization. If you don't know who we are, might not be best for you to stay here. But since we are so inclined in the general good faiths, and from what it feels like you've been doing some good, we'll let you in. But we do ask of something in return. Do you accept our request?
There. Oh,
What
it is
do you
always
wish?
good.
Sorry, Target, I think you were talking first.
What would you have of us?
That is to be decided after you accept our hospitality.
Well, normally payment for hospitality is negotiated before, but well, you are well known for your upstanding deeds, so I can at least assume that you would not be asking us to do something nefarious. So we will accept.
Yeah, usually we don't see any sort of odd humanoids and a dragon being with us, so in any case, we appreciate your request, accepting for us. She like snaps a finger with like the metal clanging, and they do a little bit of like a wave or so as the gates do slowly open. And as you look inside, you do see that like while there are resemblances of what would be like a city of sorts, they do feel more military based, as if like instead of having like basic like houses and such and taverns and everything like that, it's definitely a lot more barracks based, and training grounds and sorts, along with a cathedral near the middle of the city itself, as a clear direct path. Follow me. You can go within our general guest barracks itself, and we'll prep you some food for your travels and discuss of what your favor will be to us.
Norelor just nods and
first.
goes. She just nods and goes, "Thank you."
Very well then.
Paarth moves along next to Vlad, seeming to be glad that Vlad is walking alongside with his hand on him. And as they enter into the hold, there's a definite sign that Paarth feels a little anxious looking around at the obviously very militarized area, and considering the fact that he is now what would the humanoids would often call a monster. So he's a little timid following along, even though for the most part probably anybody that knows their way around would probably assume he's a drake. Paarth himself hasn't seen very many drakes, so he doesn't have the capacity to think of himself as such.
Yeah.
At that point, Vladimir, he does a telepathic response to Paarth, basically saying in Sylvan, "Everything will be all right. I will stay by you."
There's a sense of relief from Paarth as he continues to move along.
As you all do move your carriage and all your belongings into the base itself, you notice that there seems to be a sort of odd welcoming, as on the dirt path itself, it lays empty besides guards essentially saluting in position, like swords at their like hips and shields like raised up against their chest as you are welcomed in. And as the gates do close for Helm's Hold, you do see the lady that did approach at you. She halts you and turns around, and she snaps her fingers again. And you see the guards that were on the sides, they do encircle you all and raise their weapons at you.
Oh, great.
Paarth obviously perks his head up and looks very cautious at the guards surrounding them.
Yep.
And what, pray tell, is this?
We've been hearing reports of some sort of vulpine-ish humanoids wandering about within Neverwinter's woods, and also of other locations along the Sword Coast, matching exactly your description, pointing to Vladimir.
Said,
Yeah.
those. Yes, is the quadruplets. What we have is the good one with us. 3 of them have been killed by his hand.
Well, the unfortunate thing, too, is that it's hard to tell if you're telling the truth to me. Usually, we don't let anybody in at this point. But considering also that traveling with this vulpine is another one, matching your description, pointing to you, Valkin, saying that you've been dealing with goblins in the recent areas with the Cragmaw tribe of our scouts knowing of information, and looking for a certain location, spreading evil along the area.
Would you mind consulting with your scouts? You say that they witnessed this Vulpine, motioning to Vladimir, that he was negotiating with them. Were your scouts also were they also diligent enough to stick around to see that this Vulpine and myself and my compatriots they're also destroyed the Kragmaw tribe?
Doesn't matter what happened to the goblins, but the fact that you were involved with them itself. And you're going to be the one answering my questions here, since you're within my hold now.
And I am. Your questions are of whether or not we are a threat and whether or not we are those responsible for spreading this evil in the land. My answer to you is no.
That's not my question. My true question is, what is it that you're searching for nearby Phandalin?
We are searching for the one who looks like him, to stop him from attaining the powers that he seeks.
The last splinter of a very dangerous puzzle.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Alright.
It's gonna be a pretty tough one, knowing the situation.
Okay, let's see here. Plus.
Can this be assisted on?
If you have any additional information that covers, give you some extra details that might not have been matching up with your party and, you know, the other Vlad, I mean, you might be able to. If you have like one thing to say though, and it had to be from one of you.
Because they are about to attack?
No, don't think they're on the offensive yet.
I mean, they could be looking to imprison us, though.
There. Yep. So, does anyone want to mention anything else that contradicts her story? Like how the party was comprised or anything like that?
I'm trying to think, like, what would actually, like, be enough in that sense, because...
Well, her last question was why you were near Phandalin. You guys said that you were there to try to find the other Vlad, but you did miss out a detail there.
Yeah, you didn't mention about your brother or your other relation, Valkin. We also didn't mention the dwarf.
He said the reason why we went to Bravo Castle was because the other Vlad had entrapped Rockseeker, Gundren Rockseeker there. We went there to rescue him.
And why would a dwarf like that be in trouble? Especially if you claim that there is two of you. I don't buy it.
Rockseeker had something that the other wanted.
And that leads to my similar question. What were you looking for?
There. Again, we were looking for the duplicate, the doppelganger of this one. And he seeks something known as the Wave Echo Cave. What he exactly plans to do there is vague. You just know that he seeks power and to use it for his own destructive means.
Go ahead and give me the persuasion roll. No advantage.
No advantage. All right.
Yeah.
There. All right. I'm going to go ahead and use Dark One's own luck on that to boost it.
What's the bonus?
It's a roll.
Okay.
It's a plus 1d10, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pretty good chance. Let's see.
You and okay, so total of 22.
Okay. She does ponder for a moment, and she looks at you all just being like, I'm going to need more context for the story itself. For the time being, I am going to ask you to lay down your weapons, put them in the cart, and follow me.
There.
I am sorry, but I have traveled from far, far away, and quite frankly, weapons are inconsequential to me, for I follow a path that I am a living weapon.
Targ, would you please stop boasting about yourself? Would you wish that she put your arms in manacles?
If she so desires, then I welcome it.
So you deny my request of laying down your weapons. Is that right?
I do not deny your request, but I will say it is more difficult.
Norelor
We
has
do it, actually. You can
Norelor-
have my weapons, but I am not helpless.
Is that a
Norelor-
threat?
Yeah.
As she raises her hand a little bit, ready to snap her fingers.
Norelor was saying something.
Yeah, Norelor tried 3 times to say something there.
Yeah. She has since put her weapons, everything in the cart as requested, and she goes, I don't think it's a threat, it's just more of a statement. They're just stating the facts.
Yes.
If I was making threats, it would be much more dire. Trust me. I do not really make threats. They are promises.
I put my hand in my face in my hand there, like, please forgive our overly straightforward monk there. As you know, monks are oftentimes a little bit more direct and blunt than they intend to be. And he is in fact telling you that his fists are weapons and blah blah blah. If you wish to manacle him to truly disarm him, that is what he is saying. That is the translation of my friend. As I take off my staff and put it in the cart.
Okay.
I also put my staff and my karma in it, and raise my hands up in the air, like you got me. I'm not doing anything.
Okay. So with that action, because I was going to say, Targ, I needed you to roll persuasion with disadvantage, because basically saying to a military group, it's not a threat, it's a promise, can be interpreted as still a threat.
Mhm.
I did not say that. I said if I was making threats, and I do not make threats, I make promises.
Yeah, it's still not exactly a good idea to say to a military
That
group.
is still definitely boasting a threat at somebody.
I will still
Yep.
say roll a persuasion, Targ. No disadvantage, no advantage though.
Meanwhile, Vladimir is just watching this whole thing unfold. His arms crossed, And he's just going like, oh no.
Yeah, Targ, Noah definitely has the face of, what? Are you seriously making our job, making this harder on us?
12.
Oh, okay. You do see as she like glares down you all. She says one thing and one thing only. Sees them as she snaps her fingers as the guards do close in with their weapons. Just basically yelling out commands of like, do not resist, hands on your head, behind your head on the ground.
I'm guessing is this towards the men approaching Targ or the whole group at this point?
This is the whole group.
Hey, Noah does not resist. He follows the commands.
Alright. See, having been inside here some more, I was looking for any sort of sign that they might have, more than just we are our own self-imposed little protectors and kind of vigilante type of effect to them. There, if they had dealings with the outside world, perhaps trade from across the seas or anything of that nature. Do I notice anything like this?
That's kind of hard to tell because this is a group of this is an organized group that you're not really familiar with, but at least from like the structures and like how they like arm themselves and such, they look really well financed, and they look to have like similar looking uniforms of like plate armor and like some that's like a mixture of like some type of like chainmail and sorts. So they seem like well organized for a group of people. Even in like and Vlad, this was something that you would notice, but like they do each hold a specific military formation. One, and I'm using this as a general reference, it's very similar to like the Spartan sort of like spear like overhead, like with the shield in the front.
The turtle formation?
In some case, yeah. But without being like fully grouped up and like the shields on top and everything like that.
Yeah, so what they're doing is effectively a wall.
Yeah,
A
they're like
slot wall?
walling you in. Yeah.
So, or a riot wall, that's what it's called.
I would step forward before all of them, and I would say, just, if you wish to seize anyone, then take me, but not them.
Yeah.
They have not done anything wrong.
At this point, Vladimir had just finished putting his weapons on the cart, and he has a thought cross his head where he wants to say something, but Paarth immediately picks up on it, where Vlad was thinking maybe he should turn himself in to make things easier for everyone else, because it's him they're after.
Yeah. So
To the point of like, look, they think I'm the culprit. Maybe I can talk to them.
Paarth refuses, and although he definitely gives a very, very disdainful look at Targ, Paarth sits down on the ground, firmly in place, seeming to try his darndest to not look offensive, while still looking quite annoyed at the orc.
I say to the commander in there as I put my hands on my head, Commander, Are you familiar with the Raspin family?
She doesn't say anything as the guards still do spout commands of like, get on the ground now.
There. You will find after your troops have taken me to wherever you wish to hold me. In my left breast pocket, proof of this statement. And as I take a knee.
Paarth obeys by laying down on the ground, Draggy loaf style.
Okay. So, who exactly is getting fully on the ground? Because they are requesting you fully get on the ground, like hands behind you.
Norel has done the task. Done it.
Okay.
There.
Paarth, I know that you did it.
The best you can do is dragon loaf, so.
Right.
I take to the ground slowly, and they're giving the commander an opportunity to look at my way and check for herself, if she chose.
As you do that, what's your AC?
It is very clear that I am moving towards the ground there, but my AC is 17.
Okay. They do want you to
And-
hurry up and be on the ground, though.
Mm.
So if you do resist further, then one of them is going to like bump you with the shield or so to get you on the ground.
Yeah. No, it is very clear that I am moving. There, it's not like a snail's pace, but it's one of those like, you have about 2 seconds after I say this. If you wish, you can grab it from my breast pocket. You can like tell me to hold or something like that. But if she delays that 2 seconds, I will be on the ground and she will have to ask me to stand up.
If you want to do this in a more formal, official way, the way you would do it is you are to kneel down, head down, arms behind your back, make the statement, and then if they tell you down again, you lay down.
That's kind of what I did.
That's exactly what's happening. So
Okay.
Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. I took to my knees there, made the statement, gave a couple seconds for her to give a hold or anything before continuing down.
all right, and then
So in
Vlad,
in that second, what do they then state?
it's just I'm waiting to see who's going to be on the ground first. So
Okay.
just checking with everybody. So
I'm just waiting until everybody else got done with talking before I spoke.
yeah, you're good.
So Vladimir had just gotten done putting his weapons in the cart when they started shouting orders.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he starts hearing that, he puts his paws behind his head and he starts kneeling down with the thought process of, oh boy, here we go again. This takes me back to the captive situation back in jungle of homeland. Great.
Okay, and that's everybody.
Well,
Mhm.
Target kind of just stepped forward a little bit more, separate from the group, but he also has his hands behind his neck, like
Is
crossed.
he down?
And
Though?
he kneeled down,
They
or
said
went
lay
on his
down.
both his. He can't really bend that far into the ground, like in a grab position or like that. He just kind of is on both his knees, like sitting down in a sort of like, what do you call it? Like it's like one of those samurai sitting down poses of sorts.
Okay. So as you do make those positions, each and every one of you are shackled behind your back, with your arms and legs being shackled, being put together in sort of like a chain line or so. For you, Paarth, you're being specifically shackled by each of the bottom ends, as you're taken off to a different location.
Bottom ends?
Oh, I don't know, like feet and shit like that.
Oh, so they're just shackling my ankles.
Yeah, they're shackling your ankles.
Shankling?
I'm fucking tired, dude.
Do not
Um,
the shankle, the Drake.
Okay. So they shackle your ankles, and they take you specifically, Paarth, off to a different location where you're still more in the open, but you're more within public view of your shackles are affixed to the ground, so you're not really able to fly away
Yeah,
at
so
all.
they pinned my shackles. They basically walked me somewhere public outside, but they attached the shackles to a pin in the ground.
Yeah. As the rest of you are afterwards of being fully shackled, they tie a bag over your heads and make sure it's nice and tight as you are walked to a unknown location.
Paarth tries to watch his compatriots for as long as he can, trying to gauge which direction they're going.
It's kind of hard to tell. You do see that they do go more towards the direction of the cathedral, but you are dragged into a bit of a more off location, so you don't get the best view afterwards of that. But as time passes and the rest of you are being kind of walked and feeling your own breath kick against you with the mask itself, finding it a little hard to breathe.
I would probably have been unmasked, like, completely from my usual attire.
They put bags over your heads, so I don't think they cared at the moment.
Yeah, but they didn't really care. But you do feel like you are like accidentally kicking up against like an elevated surface as you are moving upstairs. And really just kind of a little bit of fear kicks in for some of you, as you're like, I just wanted to have a nice place to stay at the night, and now all this shit's happening and such. As you finally feel yourself walked and stopping for a moment, as you are kind of gently put into some sort of chair and shackled to it, as the bag lifts. And I'm going to do this like one after another for each person. So I'll start off with Vlad and just go down the list, because it'll be like a few questions, then go to the next person. But all of you do see a stone-like room with a general wooden table that seems pretty firm, as your shackles have been moved to the front of it. You're still kind of like shackled from behind, but there's an extra chain that goes underneath your chair and connects to the front of the table. And it's kind of been pretty tightly in, so there's not really much room for you to move your arms and everything like that, as your legs are also tied around the table itself. As you see what looks to be a more of a half-elf sort of like male, along with the lady in armor, who's just kind of like leaning against the wall with her arms crossed and such. She's like, so the male person like in the front is just he is wearing a bit more of like robes and such that are akin towards the banners that you had seen. As for the first person, Vlad, it's like, all right, let's get this over with. It's the middle of the night and I'm tired myself. You must be pretty tired as well. Any sort of water or food that you might be acquiring of needing?
Water would be nice, da.
Yeah. He kind of like looks over to her and the lady you had seen prior. He like gives like a nod and such, and you see that from the left end or so, there is like a smaller sort of table that has like some basic rations on like a tray and like a pitcher of water, and she pours into a cup and everything like that. And a little too firmly, she presses it against like your mouth as some water spills away. as you can tell, she's kind of being a little bit aggressive on purpose, but then gently she pulls back a little bit and lets you actually get some water in.
And Vlad is going to take a couple of gulps of the water.
And she does kind of put the glass away carefully, and she kind of like leans over you. It's just like, well, now that we're done with pleasantries, I'm going to ask the same question that I did when you first arrived here. Who are you, and why are you here?
I am Vladimir von Hausen, member of Black Powder Guild from across sea back in homeland. I was brought here on mission to escort Prince Valkin Raspin.
I'm sorry. Did you say that the male speaks up is like, I'm sorry, did you say Black Quarter Guild?
Black Powder. I
Black
apologize for my accent.
That's fine. My confusion is that according to you and your compatriots, you agreed that your guild was known as the Guild of Trunarth. Is that not?
Guild of Trunarth, that is correct. When we traveled over, we decided to try and put together a group of adventurers to start our own here in Faerûn.
So what is it then?
Guild
Is your-
of Trunarth.
So you decided to abandon the prior guild?
Abandon, no.
Well,
That-
and
Go
In
ahead,
my-
I apologize.
in my general history, usually a person doesn't serve two masters. And especially an adventurer doesn't serve two guilds. So that's already one that's a bit of suspicious information. So
That is fair.
So, you say that you find this random group of people. You travel with a prince or so of your land, and you find yourself a half-elf, a dragon, and a pale orc.
This is going to sound a little strange, so bear with me as I explain this. Does that sound fair?
All we want is the truth.
And I will give you such. And he goes to explain the whole thing about he reiterates about rescuing Gundren Rockseeker, and that was where we came across the pale orc. He was also held captive there. Upon rescuing them both, the orc decided to join us into the group. With the dragon, however, this is where Vladimir tries to be precise with his words, because the mention of the feywilds might come off as a bit strange, because he doesn't know whether or not they've had experience if they've even dealt with the feywilds before, which there's a good chance they haven't. And that the dragon was originally a small pseudodragon that also joined them from another individual who was also with the idea of forming the Guild of Trunarth. But he had to disembark in order to take care of a couple of personal issues that he had to deal with. So the pseudo-dragon, when we went through the feywilds messed with him a little bit, and he grew to that size.
So, what was your original intention with this guild of Trunarth?
The original intention was to become an adventurers guild for people to come in and join for training, for if they wanted to help out in their local communities, they would have opportunity to do so.
You do see that the female that was kind of like eyeing you down and such, she does like lean a little closer to you. It's just like, I don't buy any of that. And she does turn around and it's just like, well then, I guess there's one thing I should truly explain. And she takes the mask that you had and throws it on the table. Why would a hero, as you claim to be, of an adventurer of sorts, why would you need this mask? Because we checked with our clergy as we brought you in here. There are souls in this mask.
I guess it's
Are
time
you-
for him to explain the shard souls.
That's dependent upon Vlad, though.
Well, that depends, Commander. Do you wish to know the real truth behind this mask?
What
Because
I'm
I can
looking-
tell you right, because I can tell you right now, and I will tell you right now, you are not going to believe me.
Yeah, because right now I don't believe anything you say. Because at this
What?
point, what you're saying is that you're a random group of people outfit for just a general bit of community help when you dealt with goblins, slaughtering them, and putting their souls in this mask. The only people that truly deal with collecting souls are those of evil intent or warlocks, which we do not deal with properly.
At this point, Vladimir just kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, well, if only you knew. But I will tell you. My conception was not of standard conception. I was unfortunately part of a science experiment, which the person conducting said experiments unfortunately ran into an accident. The experiment was to try and create the perfect soldier. They had calculations wrong. Therefore, and he tries to hold up a paw to show up 4 fingers, to show up 4 digits. He goes, 4 other individuals, just like myself, were created. So there were 5 total if you include myself. The true mission was to dispatch of these doppelgangers. You see those bright spots you see in that mask? The 3 bright spots on there? That is 3 of their souls. And each one of those duplicants has very much ill intent. They do not mean well for anybody of Faerun, never mind this world. And we still have one at large. I am but a fragment of what would be one person.
The male speaks up of just, well, if you say that there's duplicates of you, why were you even intended to get rid of them? What's their goal? And why are they such a threat to you?
The big problem with that is, if left unchecked, they would wreak havoc. One in particular, the one still at large, is, for a lack of better phrasing, unhinged. And he seeks a particular location, which was what was disclosed to you, the Wave Echo Cave. Within it, supposedly, lies a legendary location, or I don't know exactly what to call it. Common is not quite my normal language, so bear with me.
I think I know what you're talking about. Our scouts indicated that there was a general map that would be leading to a Wave Echo Cave, and mentioning of a Forge of Spells. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Gundren had a piece to that map. And unfortunately, the duplicants were trying to get their paws on it and held him hostage to try and figure out where the map was. That is why we went to rescue Gundren.
So, just so that way I have everything checked up in place. There's a doppelganger of you looking to use the spells for an unknown but havoc-based reasoning. You're trying to stop him, but only this Gundren, you say, would know the location itself.
Well, almost everything correct. He had piece of map which we were able to recover from him, and he is currently actually back in Phandalin. If I recall correctly, he should be back in Phandalin by now.
You see that the female commander, she does like back off a little bit, and the male does like stand up or so, and they do kind of whisper some things. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope this doesn't fuck me over.
Question. Did anyone check my pockets there? Because that would also help to confirm what he was saying about guarding a prince.
Oh,
Oh!
Oh, wow. Okay.
Fuck yeah, that's 20. So I don't have the map pulled up for this, guys, because there's not like a huge there's not a specific location that a map was already pre-made for this, and it would have taken me like weeks to get one made.
Yeah.
So, but it was a nat 20 that they rolled. But generally, any of your personal belongings would have been searched at this point, and you would have been stripped down to your base clothing. So, like armor removed and everything. So, but that it would be kind of hard to tell unless you once you're actually truly sat down and your stuff is kind of like around or so the room. But back to Vlad's case, just this is the last thing, and then we'll go to the next person. They look at you, and it's just like the human is just like, all right, thank you so much for this information. And he pulls out a key, and he unlatches the your hands, so they are free. But he doesn't unlock your he doesn't like get the ones around your ankles, and he does take the pitcher and the glass and everything like that, sets it before you along with the rations. It's like, this will be the food that you have for the night. We'll come back. As both of them leave this room, and you hear a locking of the metal door as it goes to Valkin. Valkin, you find yourself in a very similar situation where you are...
Be right back, bio break for me.
Yeah, no worries. You find yourself hands behind your back, again behind the chair as well, chained in an awkward position. ankles shackled as well to a table, as a half-elf male, and the lady commander that you had at the front are basically just right in front of you as the bag is lifted and such.
Yes, how may I help you?
The male just kind of like has like a journal and book and everything like that, with a quill and like ink. It's like, please state your full name and occupation.
Yes, this. I am Prince Vladimir Raspin, heir to the...
Valkin.
Yes, I am Prince Valkin Raspin, heir to the throne of my people from across the sea.
Raspin, you said?
Yes.
Right.
My sigil that you took from my left breast pocket confirms this beyond any shadow of doubt.
Yes. We did take a look at that sort of documentation. According to it, it also says that you are son of an Ivan Raspin, and a heir to essentially a throne, which is currently led by a Valox Raspin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, So why isn't your father in charge?
Because my father is the younger brother of my family. My uncle was the eldest, therefore he took the throne. I am heir because my uncle was unable to father a child due to a injury in his youth.
So, uncle can't have child, so he relies on his younger brother to fulfill the throne. That must be frustrating, you know, being not like a true heir to the throne and such, you know.
I count it as a blessing.
As per usual. So, let me ask you this. He basically takes like a piece of paper and like tosses it to the other side and such, as it looks to be kind of a document reporting of scout information. Where were you 3 nights ago?
3 nights ago? Well, due to a trip through the feywilds, I am uncertain. This is the first time we have been able to get back to anything like civilization. What is today's date?
Shoot, it's not an exact date I could pull up for that. But generally, at least for general information, it took you 1 day to go from the location that you were just resting at, and then all of the stuff would have happened or so at the castle. So I would say in general, at least, you know, going off of the story, you would have been just like making your way over to Thunder Tree at that point within the few days that happened.
Okay, so we were on the road approaching Thunder Tree.
That's
3 nights
correct.
earlier. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We were on the road approaching Thunder Tree, and there 3
Thunder
nights
Tree.
ago.
That seems like a really odd location to go to, despite all of the dead there.
It was, but we had a special request from a maiden from the village of Fandolin there about a personal artifact, and we were also seeking a druid who resides in the area, and trying to locate the Gundren Rockseek. We know that he was being taken there by the duplicate that we discussed earlier, and then as often you know, and the rumors that the Wave Echo Cave is somewhere in those woods. So, follow the breadcrumbs, and that is how we arrived at Thunder Tree.
So, you decided to go to a location because of a woman in Phandalin said that I lost something in Thunder Tree a while ago, and you were just simply retrieving it there? There's no other reason why you've gone to a place full of the undead.
And the druid, do not forget him. It was a 2-for-1 adventure.
Oh, that's right. You found a druid to lead you to a nest of goblins. Is that correct?
Well, he was the one who said in exchange for his information and guidance that we would have to take out the goblins. Because
Don't forget
they were
about
too
the
much,
Green Drake.
too much for him all alone. And if you wish to confirm our story about how we were at Thunder Tree there, your scouts seem to be well dispersed. Perhaps they noticed that the young Drake that resided over those areas was scared off.
Really? Because our reports indicate that while you may have been in Thunder Tree a few nights ago, you were up to different things. Such as, I don't know, raiding a dragon's horde of such.
Scaring off a green drake, if that is what you mean?
No. I mean that you and a group of people that you had that were well prepared raided a dragon's horde for its special valued items. And I want to know what items those were.
Well, let's see. And the green drake or dragon, you take your pick. There in Thunder Tree, there, well, he had some gold there, and this is a player knowledge gap here. What all did we find at that place again?
I've got the list. Let me look it up.
Thank you.
I would say with your general history, you're able to recall the following information.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I relay that. So, if that is what you are concerned about there, and that is how it is. If you're talking about some other drake, some other dragon, then well, that would not have been us doing so.
Really? Because from what it looked like to me, and the scouts that are detailed in the report before you, it notices that your little friend with the little hand crossbows or whatever they are and such, they were messing with the dead, toying and playing with them, shooting them down at any moment like it was a game. And as you take a look at the report itself, a description matching the both of you, along with some guards of like vulpine-like features, but with like longer ears and heavily clad in armor, were essentially like slashing and hacking at anything in the general area, rampaging in parts and such, as it looked to be like as a shining bit of armor was retrieved from the horde itself.
And this was... Wait a minute. There... You can see that there are no... And that the only Vulpines in our little group are myself and Vladimir.
Yes, the one with the scar above his eye. But here's the thing, though. Vulpines are not common within this realm. So I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to ask you to be honest. Because right now, if you don't tell us the full truth of this next question, I'm guaranteeing that your head is going to be on a silver platter. So I'm going to have you answer this real quickly. What did you do with that suit of armor?
You will not like my answer, because the answer is I didn't do anything with it. I did not have it. I told you exactly what we took from the dragon's hoard. You have all of our items. You can see that for yourself. The thing described in this report is not amongst our valuables. And therefore, the duplicant there and then the band of other Vulpines must have it. Which is in keeping with what we have been telling you about there being duplicants. You also say that we Vulpines are not common here, and therefore it would be difficult for us to separate without being noticed.
Yeah, that's the thing though. And the woman does chime in, just walking up towards you, like looking down at you. Because first of all, the item may not be with your group itself, but it doesn't mean that just because you kept it means that you're innocent, or that you don't have it and that means you're innocent. You could have done something with it, sold it to a provider of a sort, or done any of 100 other things with the armor. But the thing here is set in stone is that I don't believe that there is a duplicate. I think that you're using a simple scapegoat to make sure that you can blame your crimes on some random other person, when you were more than free to have one person storing souls in a mask to use for your intentions. So I'm going to ask you one last time, and one question only. How is your friend considering, or I guess the better way of putting it, what can you say to me that is going to persuade me into clarifying that you actually do have a duplicate? Because from what I'm saying is, our scouts match the exact description of the other Vulpine in your other room, and I'm going to put him in front of everybody else and ask him the following question over and over again. Why are you stealing souls from people? Because the only people that steal souls from other people are people that work for liches or of any other evil deeds like a warlock would. And I don't think that since you are more of a native person here, you wouldn't know what we do to people like that. We take them, we gut them, we behead them, and make sure of any other hundreds of ways, so that way your death is slow and painful for all the pain that you would have caused to another person.
Well, let's see. Would you mind reviewing the dates and times of all of your notes from all of the scouts that mention Vulpines? Your surveillance is quite impressive. I'm quite certain that you will find that there are mentions of Vulpines in two separate places at the same time, in a manner that would be impossible to make happen. This is your proof that there will be duplicates amongst us. And there.
She does slam down her fist on the table, pulling up the report close to your face. We have it dated, and our scouts don't lie, because those who do lie would provide treachery to us. Look at the date and time.
That is my point, Commander. Your scouts are honorable, and this is one report. look back over the reports that they have sent in over the past few months, and you will, I'm certain, see that there are multiple reports where they different scouting teams report back that they have encountered some odd vulpines here and odd vulpines there, and the dates will be the same, and it will show that there are two groups of vulpines. Our group with myself and Vladimir, and another one that also have the same description.
Oh, you want proof? I will show you proof. And she puts her arm back as a couple of other papers are put into her hands. She says, first of all, the document I showed you dates early in the morning a few days ago. This other document that she slams on the table, saying your group was in Phandalin, working with some sort of ruffians to cause chaos upon them. And apparently it was dealt with randomly by people for no reason. Only in secrecy they were gone. Then I've got this other document here saying that you were working with a particular individual known as Akhanon, the prismatic candle, and he was saying that you would be working together to making sure that his wife would be revived. I've got all of these reports right here, documented, triple checked. So when are you going to start telling the truth there, Prince? Or am I going to have to put you up in the stand and tell every single person here in this militia, in this organization, and your group of people, and call you out for the heretic that you are?
And there, Madam, if you look at the reports, and they're glancing at one of them, there, you see that man, the blacksmith that is mentioned, and a group talking with him. And there, have your scouts ask him about who it was that freed the town.
And where do you claim that this blacksmith is, in general? This Gundren Rockseek?
No. And you could ask him, of course. There he will confirm our story. There, but I am talking about the blacksmith there, who is a resident of the town.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
All right.
Come on, roll good, roll good, roll good.
Yeah.
Roll good. Come on. 16.
There. See, I'm going to go ahead and use one of my lucks here to see if I can't get a little bit better out of that.
Go for it.
There. Right, and I'm on map with lots of trees and everything, so.
10.
No. All right. Let's see here.
Want to keep it 16 or you keep feeling lucky, punk?
Actually, that's been a while. That's a short rest time period, right?
Like from you traveling and such, or
there, since I've been waiting in the cell all by myself there since we had last seen the commander.
You wouldn't have been waiting enough for a short rest, but remember you did just get up from a long rest or so at the beginning of the day, so...
Yeah.
I think he's asking if his Dark One's own luck has been restored.
I would say at this point, there wouldn't have been much of an opportunity to do a short rest before you were, like, unveiled in sorts, so...
What year is it again?
What year is it again?
Yeah.
Man, asking all the questions. I'm just joking. I have to pull up the year.
Alright.
I'll
I'll go and use one more of my lucks here.
Go for it.
Is it before 1495?
Okay,
that's 21.
Okay. Well, give me one moment because I'm trying to find the. I was trying to look back in the. Oh wait, old. Here we go. I was just trying to find the exact or so like year that I provided because this is information that I'm just like not too familiar with.
Yeah, you're not the only one who's bad with dates, by the way. Let alone fictional
I-
dates.
Yeah, I have no idea what these dates even mean to us.
You know, honestly, same. So, I think I gave it to somebody, but like,
And I think it was to me, because I was asking for a date, general date for reasons.
oh yeah, yeah. Here, let me pull it up.
The question is it that direct DMs or is in the D&D DM on your server? Probably is. I think it's in our direct DMs.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't find it in the direct DMs, but it might have been in the Can I search up specifically in the Norelor one? In Norelor, okay. Year. Faerun's calendar. Okay, so when you guys began your journey, which it would still be within this time period because it's probably not, probably just been about a month or so, you would still be within the general summertime of 1481 DR.
Okay, so in Phandalin, the local blacksmith would be Algarth Rock.
Yep, that's what his name was. I believe I provided Aldorf Falak or so. Yeah. Okay, so getting back to it, persuasion of 21. You see that she does back away, but still with like a sort of like glaring at you and such. And she looks towards the half elf, and he nods a little bit, just like, okay, I think that concludes our questions for now. And he does get up a little bit and collect his belongings and such, and it's like, you'll be here for a while for the night until we conclude our investigations, but stay comfortable as they leave the room and lock the door behind them.
So they don't free Valkin's hands?
No, they do not.
Oh.
I think it's a case of Valkin's a spellcaster. That's why it's happened.
Oh, I don't know that.
You don't know.
Yeah.
As Norelor, same situation. At a table, your hands are chained behind your back, and your ankles are shackled to a wooden table in a stone room. This one is a bit less lit. As you see the same lady that was there, up against the wall, and a half-elf male, as your bag is removed from you, from the due to the lady. Your gear is on a separate smaller table, that is nearby. It's just like, and the male kind of just like addresses you, being like, "Would you mind providing us your full name and occupation?"
Prior to DM, should I just roll with the fact that Norelor has no last name?
Yeah, you don't know your last name.
Listen,
You only know
well,
that you go by Norelor.
the people who adopted me call Norelor. I do not know what my parents named me.
Oh, just Norelor, no last name?
Correct.
Interesting. And according to the gear that we have on you, you are a believer of Saloon. Is that not correct?
Correct. She will provide the name of the temple that she trained at.
Ah, yes. Okay. So that does match up properly. Okay. He closes the book a little bit and looks you dead in your eyes, with a serious expression of, "How did you meet the Vulpines?"
let's see, we and the others at the time met them out of Waterdeep. You can check that out. I'm pretty sure 2 Volpines appearing in Waterdeep would make some noise.
Yes, we did receive this notion that there was trouble brewing around there and reports of Volpines showing up, not a common race within this realm. And you were given reports of the temple itself. That's right?
Given, sorry, DM, repeat that?
You were given the report that you were wanting to check that out by, like, acolytes in your temple. Is that correct?
Well, okay.
They're just asking for clarification of, like, who asked you to double check that out.
Oh, so you asking me who asked me to double check the Vladimirs, or?
Yeah, like, who asked you to check out the situation itself and go? Or was it just something that you wanted to simply let you overheard and you wanted to check out on your own?
It's more of my own. It was more of my own choice to go there. I wasn't told to go there by anyone else.
So you didn't tell anybody when you left your faithful temple that you were going to go out, find some random Volpines, and then say hello?
Well, I had left. Well, she did mention that she wanted to join a guild before she left, right?
Yes. What was the name of that guild?
The Guild of Trunarth.
Okay. So you hear reports about this Guild of Trunarth and such, that you wanted to, be a part of it. But according to what I'm seeing here and what your allies told me, that you were actually wanting to establish the guild. Is that correct?
She goes, it's a long story without one. Do you want to
Okay.
hear it?
I'm just looking for the simple truth. So if you have a story, it better be quick.
Okay, we thought it... Okay, long story short, we thought the guild was already a thing by someone else. Turns out they lied, but we still want to form an actual proper guild and do actual proper thing. Am I making myself clear?
So you were deceived in thinking that there was a real guild, but you still wanted to establish one on your own?
That's the best I can put it in simple and correct terms.
Yep. And then you decided that even though that this fake guild was called the Guild of Trunarth, you decided to use the name of the guild that was fake to establish your fake guild. That sounds like you're just continuing the tradition of deceiving people, from what it sounds like.
Well, you won't exactly consider yourselves like. Sorry, probably has to figure out how to phrase this.
That's all right.
Yeah, but we have done legitimate good things. Ask who liberated Philander.
Oh, I've heard of all the deeds that you've done. Taking out a goblin's nest, working to take out some bandits in Phandalin. All very good stuff and sorts, but you do it with a false name. And you do know the crime of what it takes to impersonate and basically steal money from people under a false pretense. That's a very big crime. You see, guild working is part of governing this world. whether or not it's military like our end, or if it's something more non-traditional, like gardening and cooking and all of that sort. But here's the thing, though. I don't buy the fact that you made a fake guild after being deceived on a fake guild. I'm thinking that you're the ones that wanted to establish it and use it for evil deeds.
That is not it at all.
Really? Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. One of your friends said that you had gone into the feywilds at some point. But why would there have been a need of going into the feywilds? And how would you have even gone there in the first place?
It's due to Paarth, the dragon. He's not able to speak like you and I do, but he can understand being spoken to.
Okay.
He apparently holds a very special position in the feywilds, and there was trouble. He went to help, and we decided to help a friend.
And what sort of trouble occurred in the feywilds that you, as a non-resident of the feywilds, went over there to help?
Another creature, I should say, that held the same position, got fused with something called a beholder, and it was corrupting the land. We went to deal with it.
Really? Okay. So, beholder corrupts a guard. It says guardian in our report, from what it sounds like.
Mhm.
And you were dealt to deal with it.
Do not.
Does nothing else apply to that of sorts? No other influence or any other details? Because it seems like it's a pretty grand thing to do, you know. First of dealing with bandits and goblins and sorts, but now you're dealing with beholders, despite your ill experience?
I said it was fused. It wasn't a true beholder, whatever that danger is.
But still, a beholder is a mighty creature, though. And even if it was fused with something of the sorts and everything like that, it still must have been dangerous. I mean, could have been killed easily, or turned to stone or anything like that. Either way, it seemed like it's a very dangerous situation to deal with such an evil creature.
It was, but the people of the Feywilds were hurting. I could not ignore that.
Okay. And then, when it came down to the corruption itself, or so, there wasn't any influence of Saloon a part of it? You just went there to help out a whole different plane?
I did so by my own free choosing. Free will, yes.
So there was no influence whatsoever within Saloon's magic in that situation.
If you're referring to the river water, I know there's magic, but that has nothing to do with me. I do not know why that person did that.
Really? Because according to my records, and our scouts and everything like that, we did know that your group did go into the Feywilds. But the thing is, though, is that... And he pulls out a document, slides it your way. It dates the exact day and time that you had went into the Feywilds. It does dictate that a person with a correct sort of sigil and sort of like holy symbol of Saloon went into the Feywilds, came back momentarily a little while after that, and it had been reports of corruption that would have occurred. So you had nothing to do with this spring of magic that our scouts would have indicated.
Correct. I do not know why the person did what they did. If it's possible to talk to you communicate with the Feywilds, you could try to ask them.
We don't deal with Fae, but
Oh no.
I believe you in some case. It would be really difficult for someone with no experience to corrupt an entire land unless you had help. But there's just one last question I'm going to ask you. And
Okay.
then we'll deal with how it makes sense in sorts.
Mhm.
During your time with your current group, have you experienced any sort of violent tangents that would spring randomly from your allies?
They are not the type of people to rampage, if that's what you're asking.
I'm not talking about rampaging. I'm talking about psychotic tendencies, you know, wanting to just go for the kill at any moment and not really wanting to, how do I say, feel remorse or have a sense of morality when
That-
it versus the situation.
That is not it at all. The other Sardo, the other doppelganger, is psychotic, but that's not none of us in here.
Yet another case of a doppelganger.
The doppelganger of Vladimir, I should say. And I assume you got questions about the souls in the mask. They are the other shard. When the split happened, so did the soul.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I have a better question, and then we'll actually resolve this.
Okay.
What information can you provide to me to prove that you have a duplicate on your hands? Any actual logical information?
She thinks, well, Acton could say the truth, but he's not available at the moment. She goes, oh, right. You notice that Vladimir has an earpiece of things?
Yes, it was some sort of arcane plus sort of lens itself.
I
But-
do not know how it works, but he's been able to use that to communicate with other people back at the homeland. Perhaps you could try to use it to communicate them to get that information?
He looks at the lady in the room, and she they kind of give a blank expression to each other as he looks through some of the reports. All right. He does pull out a key and unshackle your arms and such, and you're provided with some rations and some water and everything. I think this is all we need for the time being. So, at this point, just make yourself comfortable, and we'll be right back.
Alright. I assume she can't have the chair, but she can move her legs a little bit, right?
There's a bit of looseness. The shackles aren't crazy tight, but there's not enough room for you to break free or anything like that. Though having your hands free and everything like that does relax your shoulders and everything like that and your wrist. So you were able to, you feel a bit more free from that.
Okay, so just try to take as much of a relaxed position as possible.
Okay. Which leads to our last situation with Targ. Targ, your situation exactly the same. You are unbagged, and before you, there are 3 people in your room. There's the lady with the commanding guard, a half-elf human that is wearing robes and such that resemble the banners, and you see that there is a younger, sort of elven woman with long blonde hair, and she has a sort of necklace around her and such that she holds to her. But she doesn't seem to be opening her eyes at all. And the half elf just kind of like directs you towards him and it's just like, sorry about that. We have to make sure for extra precautions and such. But do you mind stating your name and occupation to me?
Why would I say anything to you if you have hurt my allies, my compatriots?
Well, because firstly, you're within our base, asking for residency, at least for a time being. So I'm going to ask the questions that need to be the case. So I'm going to ask you one last time, your name and occupation.
Fine. I am Targ, scion of Larg. I am a pilgrim from lands of Vasa.
Well, Targ, let me first ask you this. How did you die?
And also a mercenary.
Mercenary, okay. Well, my first question is simply going to be this. How did you die?
I died at Cragmaw Castle. I was there looking for Gundren Rockseeker on my own after my previous mercenary group was disbanded. And I was captured, I was tortured, all the way until I bled to death and starved.
Very bold of you to go to a goblin's nest to rescue one person. You must have been a strong individual, at least thinking you can make it through there alive.
I used to be much stronger. I faced Aknon, the chromatic bright candle on the battlefield, and survived, where many of my compatriots from the time did not.
Wait, so you're saying you fought against the Aknon? What sort of group were you affiliated with at that time that would cause such a fight?
It is a long story, but essentially, I am no longer that person that I used to be. I go by the same name, but I am no longer the Targ that I once was. I served as part of the Shadow Talon's mercenary company.
So, before you were part of that group, and we know well about your deeds and such, we had actually worked with Akanon to help quell your group itself before.
Understandably so. We worked for the Zentarim and even the Church of Jar.
Yes, so you know how fondly we are of your group. As he kind of just like gives a squint at you.
I am aware, and you all did a very good job at eradicating us.
So let me follow this up with another question. If you say that you're a part of that group, but you're a changed man, a different man than before, what makes you a different man then versus now? Besides, of course, being, walking as a dead man, of course, but changed.
Well, I was not raised from death by any sort of necromantic magic. I was sent back here by a greater power than even Killamvor himself.
What a bold thing to say. But how are you changed? I guess is the big question. It's kind of hard to go from one area of things, working as a, agent of chaos and evil, to now just simply saying, I've been brought back by somebody well known in the Faerun, and yet, or some being in Faerun, but now I'm good.
I will not deny that the things I did back then were evil. I was misinterpreting the teachings that I was given at a time. The monks of the Long Death, they are misguided, to say the least. I was misguided, and in so doing, I was selfish in my pursuits. And now that I have walked the precipice of death, I have conversed with the true voice of the Silent Lord, I understand things more clearly.
And if you'd given a chance to go back and do something and do it differently, would you?
If I could, I would not have fought against the Harpers the way I used to. But you must understand, I am from Vasa, and my homeland itself, it was considered a great threat to the peace of Damara, where Harpers operated quite frequently. And there is also the matter that even my people are scorned to this day, seen as a blight upon this world because of the Orc-Gate Wars, you know of which I speak.
I do. But I guess there's one thing that is a little confusing to me. And it would simply be the fact of your reconnection with Akanon, It's our scouts have indicated that while you were, brought back or so at the Cragmaws castle and such, with a tribe that had essentially been slaughtered by your prior party members, you met your prior foe, that was going to ready to, get rid of you at a moment's notice.
That is true, and quite frankly, he was in full rights to eradicate me, and probably would have, if it weren't for the evil shard soul's interruption. I nearly passed on again at that moment. But he brought me back by some, unbeknownst to me at the time, act of mercy. I was trying to convince him that the champions that I have accompanied to here were not a threat to him, and that he was being manipulated. But I could not have done it on my own. All credit really goes to them.
Okay. Well, knowing off of that does clarify some additional things, but I still have at least one last question for you before we're good for now, at least.
Go ahead.
According to our scouts, and what information we had gathered during that onslaught at Cragmaws Castle, there was reports of Akanon being near an individual that matches the description of one of your party members. Was he not there?
Do you speak of Valkin or Vladimir? You need to be more specific.
I'm talking about your Vulpine friend with the weapons of a bit more fighter-based perspectives. Vladimir, as you call him.
Ah, yes, the Shard Soul. The Silent Lord has told me much about him. There were 4 others like him. and we put down 2 of them at that castle. One who almost was my end escaped, and they defeated other one previously, from what I understand.
That was something that did not appear within the questioning for the others, but I suppose it's also different questions and such. Anyway, why were you after these duplicates then?
Myself was not really after them specifically. I knew they were a new kind of creature, in a sense. I had not been aware of them existing before. They were associated with Aknon, and later I learned that they were actually manipulating him. I have spoken with the Silent Lord, and I have spoken with spirits of the dead that were associated with several of these individuals, but there is still some things that I do not quite understand. I suppose I should ask you something. How much do you actually know of Harpers?
We work fondly, at least occasionally, with the Harpers. At least we used to, around the time when the conflict between you and Aknon had arose. Now, not so much.
Then you must know how secretive they are about their dealings.
Oh, we very much know that. But they're not deceptive. Like how your group of friends that you were acquainted with after you randomly rose back up to the living, how they claimed to be a part of some fake guild and sorts, and then deciding to keep the name for themselves to deceive others.
The fake guild, or the Guild of Trunarth, as I understand, it was a fabrication originally, yes, but it was effectively an effort by the Harpers to, perhaps, if I am correct in my assumptions, to procure additional assistance that was unknown at the region in previous times.
So is the Harpers doing for that then? Interesting.
At least one of them, one that I know for a fact was affiliated with Aknon.
Do you have a name by chance of that individual?
I forget what his...
Clovis?
Clovis, yeah.
Clovis.
Well, we appreciate your honesty on this. And as he goes ahead and stand up a little bit, we're going to keep you shackled just in case, because mainly of your comments at the front gate itself. They may not have been intentional, but we like to make sure that things are under control in our hands. But
Understandable.
And I would offer you with any food or drink, but I assume you don't take any. So
I do not require sustenance to survive, no.
sounds good. We'll review this matter and see what will happen. As they take up their papers and they go out the door.
Just one more thing.
Yes?
Do note that my time on this plane of existence is very much limited. The Silent Lord will call me back in due time, whether or not I am ready.
Trust me. We know. As they close the door and lock you in.
So,
As-
question. Oh, yep.
So time does pass for quite a while. For all of you that are locked within the individual rooms itself, it's hard to tell. But for you, Paarth, as I was getting to you, you notice that the location that you are set at it's still within the walls and everything like that, but it's more of an open area as guards just kind of watch over you. Depending upon your general behavior, they do try to give you some snacks and be gentle with you. Not out of fear, but just out of respect itself.
Paarth
and-
has a very reserved demeanor where he's effectively been sitting there, and other than making occasional huffs of discontent, he hasn't shown any aggression whatsoever.
Yeah. So at some point or so, like a guard does appear with like cooked meats and stuff like that, and does put it before you within range. And he says like, I don't know if you're hungry or not, but just in case. As he walks away.
How long has it been since everybody's disappeared in that tower? Or at
It's-
least wherever they went?
So once you get the food, it feels around like an hour or so. And depending or not if you eat the food or anything like that, it does feel like a little while extra time does pass.
During
but-
that time, Paarth would have tried to check in on Vlad using his telepathy. Does anything happen?
You try to make a general connection, but something feels as if it's blocking the way for it. Mainly just general distance, but you also do feel that something arcane is blocking the way. So it is difficult to be able to get anything out to Vlad.
Okay, in that case, Paarth eats, but if 3 hours elapse, let me know, because Paarth would take an action at that point.
Actually, 2 hours pass. As within your general area, you hear the big gates open. And do you want to like look out and see? Because you would have just enough of a decent view to see like what appears out the door.
Yep, perception check or just look?
You wouldn't need a check. You do notice that as the gates open, a familiar looking individual walks in through the gates. And like they're hooded at this point, but they feel familiar. And the moment that they unhood themselves, you notice that it is actually Akanon, wearing his like orange and like other like militia gear on him, as he proceeds to walk down the path and up to the cathedral.
Does that path include going near Paarth?
It's a little bit of a distance, but I would say that if you did something or so, that he might be able to notice you. It's like kind of within like a decent like stretch or so where he wouldn't be able to notice you, but he could if something does happen.
Paarth, noticing Akanon, looks at him very carefully for a few moments, and as Akanon seems to be getting relatively nearby, Paarth sings out the partial song that Clovis used to sing whenever he was out doing his traveling in the carts.
You do see that Akanon does stop for a moment. But as you basically do begin, one of the guards is just like, "Hey, quit it, will ya?" If you decide to quit or not.
Paarth stops looking at the guard, then looks directly at Akanon to see whether or not Akanon acknowledged it, because even a couple bars should be enough. Does Akanon turn to face?
He like slowly looks your direction and notices you.
Paarth lifts his forepaw and gestures at his collar, in which the Guild of Trunarth symbol is still hanging from it.
He starts to hurriedly walk on over in a hurried manner. It's like, excuse me, to the guard. It's like, Akanon. It's like, what are you doing shackling this dragon? It's like, oh, well, there was a group of adventurers claiming under a false pretense. They're under investigation right now. He said, I need you to unshackle this dragon. It's like, what? I can't do that. This thing could go on a rampage at any moment. And Akanon does take a step forward against this guard, being a close foot and a half taller than him, and giving him a glare of just this is not any ordinary dragon. This is a familiar ally of mine. And unless you want me to cause any further issues, I ask that you unshackle him at this point. And the guard does stop for a moment, and you see him shudder, kind of shake in his armor a little bit. It's like, I can't just simply unshackle him. I mean, I have to check with Kara, you know that. Okay. She's up in the cathedral, right? Yes, in the investigations rooms. Fine. At least loosen them a little bit, so that way they're not so tight. And he does give a pat to you. It's just you've grown a little bit.
Paarth nods to Akanon and gives Akanon a brief mental image of the other party members being escorted towards the cathedral as far as he could see them.
Yes, I know. I know they're here. That's why I am here. And I've got important news, so I'm going to get them out quickly and get you out, and then we'll brief, okay?
Paarth gives a solemn nod and sits down again.
You see that he does walk away towards the cathedral. Moments and what feels like an extra hour passes for the rest of you, for everyone in general.
In that case, at some point, Paarth ate.
Okay. And as that time passes and such, for each of you that are within the investigation rooms, you do hear a bit of an argument occurring, despite the dense and thick walls and the door that was there. And you hear a familiar voice, but it's hard to tell exactly what is being interpreted, and you're not really in much of a position to move closer to the door to to investigate further due to your chains to the ankles. But a moment does pass through, and one after the other, the door unlocks as the general half-elf plus the lady that was there, the commander, they do open it, and Akanon does actually start walking out from the door entering the room itself. Which we'll go back down the list of just one after another what happens in the room itself. So for Vlad, you see Akanon enter and stuff like that. He puts his hand on your shoulder. It's like, how you doing, soldier?
Well, wish I could be in better position, but
yeah. We just need to clarify one extra thing, and then you'll be on your way. Honest to God. Well, honest to gods. Akanon, you said you were wanting to provide clarifications of these duplicates. Is that correct? Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here. Each of your people, I assume, have told you about this duplicate that Vlad is a part of. I'm going to tell you that I was a part of that, and assisting this duplicate with treacherous things that I was deceived upon. And he goes into detail with the situation of how he was in a very deep and depressed state, and how this duplicate, along with a certain like small squadron of like Volpines, had approached them the day before the accident with his wife and asked him for a general assistance in exchange for extra power, but he denied it. And it's uncertain whether or not the incident is related or sorts, but he does know that there was an individual matching his description, but not exactly you, Vlad, that was there. And he does confirm that the duplicate aspect is indeed accurate to information. The order sort of like people that have been interrogating you all, they pause for a moment, and the half-elf just goes to you, Vlad, and is like, we deeply apologize for this case. Akanon has explained extra details to us in meeting with us, and we'll be setting you free. And you are more than welcome to be part of our best lodgings, and we'll be giving you good food and rest, if you would be willing to.
Well, if I could make one request, humble request, I would
What is
like
that?
to. I would like to try and stay with Paarth. Paarth is the dragon that you currently have outside at the moment.
Yes, at this moment, your familiar of sorts, or compatriots, is being unchanged at this moment and will be available to you.
Then am I good to wait outside of cathedral doors for him?
Yes, you are more than adequate for that. As you are fully unshackled, and your gear is given back to you for you to change into as you walk out.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. Change into his gear and then step outside of the cathedral doors and wait for Paarth.
Mm-hmm. As you actually walk out, you do notice that you're in more of a basement sort of area or so, but that is decently lit and has a mixture of marble and different sorts of like columns that would stay for different investigation rooms, which you can probably assume is the rest of where your allies are. But you are directed to go up the stairs and pretty much just be waiting on the steps of the entire mass open area of the cathedral, which is where you would be seeing Paarth after some time.
Mm-hmm.
Next room, Valkin. As the door unlocks after a few hours of what it feels like just sitting and waiting and not really doing anything, you are met with the interrogators along with Akanon. And he just kind of nods at you, just giving you like an assurance of like it's gonna be all right.
Oh, good to see you, Eknon.
Yes, I was doing a bit of different business until I was given a bit of a message about you. So I hurried over here as best as I could.
Well, certainly seems like you got here in time. My shoulders were starting to ache rather badly. Glaring at the glaring at the note taker and commander.
Well, we do apologize for that, as we have to make sure to triple check everything, making sure that no error is made. But we do have one last thing we want to make sure that we clarify. and that is your connection to your family line and information about the connections and dealings going on here, which Akanon has said he'd be willing to partake and provide to us.
I let out a deep growl. That those documents should have been all that is needed by international treaties. But go on.
Akanon does put a hand on your shoulder, is like, yeah, this order deals differently. They're very zealous in their aspects, and sometimes things can be awry. But I assure you, I have enough evidence here to show you of what true intentions are lying, or shown here at least. When I was originally approached... Oh, sorry.
Do please go on.
When I was originally approached, a while back, before the incident of my wife, I was advised to assist with some new recruitment going on with a group of extraplanar, different land of sort Vulpines. Saying they were part of a nobility of sorts, and they were wanting to know more about Faerun. I denied it, seeing as if I was, no longer wanting to take part of any adventuring business. But I was insisted that if I were to accept, I would be given much greater power than I already had. Again, I denied it, only wanting to be with my wife. Well, no longer my wife. In that time past, they approached me again after a while of just not really wanting to do much of sorts. And they insisted again that they had a way of bringing her back. And I was approached directly by this man's uncle, Valox Raspin, claiming that he knew the true way of being able to bring back my wife in exchange for goods and services. I was desperate, and I needed a way to get past the pain. I know that I assisted in something evil, but I can assure you that the people you have in custody right now are working to quell any malicious intent that was set before them. The interrogators nod and look at each other. Well, you are a trusted ally of our end, and it does hurt to see that you assisted in such evil nature. Are you still assisting in them? Akanon shakes his head, denying that. Well, then, we're just going to need a little assistance from you, then. And your group. We can be working together to quell this in a allied front. If that was okay with you all.
Let's start with the removal of these chains, and then we'll talk more. Duh.
I agree. And so the half-elf does fully unshackle you, and does give you your belongings gently.
Yeah. I stretch out my shoulders there, the bones rolling and popping a little bit more aggressively than normal. And it's clear that I'm a little bit more irritated and disheveled than when they had last seen me. There. I take my belongings a little bit roughly. And there before saying, right. So far as our working with you, there is one thing that I must insist upon, and that is your group's closer adherence to international treaties. And there, as I take my documents and put them back in my cloak.
We'll discuss that more in detail in the morning, once you've gotten some rest and some extra food in your system.
There.
We've also made sure to provide the most comfort for you, if you were willing to stay the night here.
I give them a very long sideways look. Duh. But I get the key to my own room.
Sounds good then.
Right. Lead on.
And they do let you change in sorts, and they bring you out of the general basement-like interrogation area of sorts that you would be led essentially outside, and there you would see Vladimir as well, and any sort of general small talk or conversation you would have while you wait for Paarth would occur. Next up is Norelor. Similar situation. Doors open. Investigators come in, along with Aknon. Like, hello there, Norelor. Hope you're
Hi.
holding well.
Was the rescue a success?
That'll be something more we can talk about in privates, but for now, you're being released from here.
She nods.
The half-elf does like hold the hand up as like, well, hold on, we still have to clarify some details. One thing that has definitely been confusing us is the fact that there has been acolyte of Saloon working in tandem with Vulpines, saying that there has been a sort of misconjecture about who exactly has been the case. But according to our records is that there have been followers of Saloon assisting in these malicious intentions of Vulpines. Is that correct, Akanon? He pauses and looks at you, and he nods. That is true, but your report misses only one thing, though, that you would have noticed. It states that there are two people that are followers of Saloon, working in tandem with Vulpines, matching or similar descriptions of the Vulpines here. There's only one acolyte of Saloon here, and that's Norelor.
She nods at the statement.
Then where is your other Norelor? Or are you working alone?
I am by myself. The two working to do Vladimir asks, I do not know them.
Interesting. Well, if that's the case, then we deeply apologize for this. Unshackle her right away. The rest of your shackles are undone, and your gear is brought back to you, within its still good condition.
Alright, she'll put her stuff back on and walk out to the hall and just hang around with Valkin and Vladimir.
Yep, that's pretty much the same thing, and you're also given the same spiel of, if you are still inclined of staying here, we've made sure to provide you with better, sort of comfort and sorts for the inconvenience.
Yeah, out there, you'd definitely be seeing Vlad being nosed at by Paarth there.
Yeah, at that point, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, with Vladimir just giving him pettings and just reassuring him that everything's okay, everything's okay.
Yeah, and at that point, part two, I'll go over to you before I hit Targ, is that during this time or so, there would have been an additional guard that would have gone over nearby and whispered into other guards' ear. The one that pretty much that Aknon essentially threatened or like intimidated. And they've been like, okay there, Paarth, that's your name. You're gonna want to go on up to the cathedral. I don't know if you can understand me or not, but go to the cathedral and your allies will be there. as they unshackle.
Paarth just nods and starts to walk with as much dignity as he could towards the cathedral to meet up with Vlad.
And that's where that you would be reunited with Valkin and Vlad before moments passing of you being pets, where Norelor would be there as well.
Yeah.
She'd be also giving reassuring pets to Paarth.
Which leads to our final party member, Targ.
Yeah.
As time passes, the door unlocks, and you see the 3 interrogators that were before you, and also Aknon enter on into the room. Aknon just gives you a simple nod himself, as the other 3 interrogators get set in their positions. So, says the half-elf, Targ, I'm willing to let you out of here at this very moment, but according to your so-called prior foe has now turned an ally to you, I'm going to let him do the talking for you, if that's acceptable.
Targ inclines his head in a respectful manner.
Okay. Well, I'm going to then ask you an additional question then. How has Targ redeemed himself from his evil intentions? You notice, and this is very clear for everyone in the room, Aknon is hesitant to respond. You can kind of he darts his eyes to you, and he just kind of stutters a little bit. Sorry, I heard that.
Yeah.
It's goofy.
Sorry, allergies have been kicking my ass today.
You're good, bro. I understand. He kind of takes a moment to think. It's just Aknon, I understand that we do have a good alliance with you, but you are under a zone of truth. If you're thinking about lying to us, we're going to be easily able to detect that you are. He nods. He's like, despite everything that has occurred with this individual, being misled and misguided in this direction, there was one bit of truth that he provided to me to help lead me back in a better direction and know the things that I've done were not good. He reminded me of my wife, the woman that I fought for and I wanted to defend with my life. And the only thing I really ever wanted was to be next to her and just cherish her, care for her, and care for our child that we were going to have.
I know that for a fact, for I have spoken with her. I have seen what you were like together.
You know? As he just kind of looks at you with a questionable face.
I asked her what was the most happiest day of her life. And it was that day upon that beach coastline that you proposed to her.
Aknon kind of wipes his face a little bit. He's like, yeah. And so let me ask you this. As Aknon turns towards the investigators, why would a man that was deceived by a group of treacherous people willing to spread evil and chaos, why would he ask a question like that to my dead wife? If not for anything of deception of sorts, when he was the one there as I was ready to disintegrate this party of people, he's the one convincing me not to do so. Not in a deceptive way, but in a caring formation. The investigators pause. The book that the note taker they close it. I think that's all we have to ask for today.
If I still had functional living body, seeing that moment for my own eyes at my mind's eye, it would have brought me to tears for the first time in my life. But I was no longer truly alive.
You see that the commander, the lady that has been fierce this entire time of investigation, a tear does streak down her face. And she quickly goes to unshackle you and give you your gear. That's all we've needed for now. Thank you, Aknon, for clarifying the situation. You are more than free to rest here with the best of comfort. As you are walked out and met up with the rest of your party, followed by Aknon sitting there on the stairs.
I will say one thing to your credit. As rough and as seemingly uncivilized as I thought, the seizing of myself and my compatriots was, you still treated us better than the Warlock Knights would have.
We try to be fair, but just know that if any evil does reside in the rest of you, we are going to quench that and make sure that it doesn't peek out again. And they do leave you off to your own devices. As all of you are sitting at this, like, the top of these high staircases at the cathedral itself. Knowing that you were kind of walked up some awkward steps and such, so.
Targ just kind of does his respectful incline again and just says, appreciated.
Paarth wiggles his tail, glad to see that everybody's back together again. Even if he's a little annoyed at the orc, he's glad to see the orc is fine as well.
And Vladimir is, at this point, still having a paw on Paarth, continuing his comforting motions. At this point, it's beginning to realize that Paarth may be more than comfortable enough. It's becoming more of himself getting comfortable. Like Vlad trying to comfort himself.
Hmm.
When Targ walks up to Vladimir and Paarth and notices kind of the dragon is looking at him in an annoyed way, he just kind of goes like,
Look, I know you may think that I prompted this, but to be fair, I could tell that they were suspicious of us from the beginning, so it was best to be as truthful as I could be.
Yeah.
It was inevitable.
Yeah. Well, your way of stating things could have certainly been better and less shall we say, antagonistic.
Paarth gives a nod to Valkin's words.
Well, I still have much to learn about the culture and its practices. This is more commonplace where I come from and the region close to it. Being confident and stating your actual capabilities when confronting a supposedly honorable peer. Apparently,
There are ways of doing just that would be in keeping with what you were taught, but with a little less confrontation in the way it is done. We will talk about it more and how you could do something of the like in the future. Though I do hope that it will never be necessary.
Agreed. I am not socially subtle. I know this.
Yes, I also agree. Akanon kind of like chimes over. It's like, or chimes in.
Still, the way I saw you handle things, it was not getting us much into a better direction either.
We were about to be escorted into a casual conversation instead of a shackled one.
Well, at this point, there's no sense in bickering, for lack of better phrasing, about it now. What's done is done. Water under bridge.
Well, for the most part. You will still need a lesson in better manners, so you do not get yourself in these situations and shackled up, my friend.
Yes, that is true. But
this ain't first time I was shackled.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Paarth very casually and quietly stands up and walks over towards Akanon and puts a forepaw on Akanon's shoulder to prompt the Dragonborn to look up and like over his shoulder at Paarth, as Paarth just gives a smug look of, I'm the bigger dragon now.
You may be larger in size, but you're still not as powerful as me. I can tell you that much at least.
Paarth gives a little huff and just drops back down to all fours.
Yeah. Well, it's at least good to know that you guys have at least some extra potential, but which will be very acquainted when knowing that this order is going to be helping us in the end game. Which I know. I basically had to, open the conversation up a bit more to make sure that you were all free from it. Which, let me just do a little of explaining. They were generally tracking the other people itself and mistaken with you all. That which you would know of and be very clear of. But I alone was not able to locate as to where they took Clovis at. But these people know where they're located at. And it's not a good location.
How bad are we talking?
Let me show you. Do you have a map at all by chance?
I assume you got a regular map at this point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh wait, actually, I can show you in a better way. As he goes into his own personal bag and stuff like that, and he retrieves the map that was given to Gundren, the map to the Wave Echo Cave, which is that small little device and everything like that was shown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
I first went to go ahead and check on Gundren while you were gone, making sure to get there in advance as I forgot some stuff in Phandalin. He's all right. He's okay. And he let me take this back in sorts, as he didn't want to be a part of this any further, which is understandable, being kidnapped and such.
Quite.
Right, I don't blame him for not wanting to be a part of it anymore.
Right. But it did lead me into a little curiosity. I opened the map in private, making sure no one was watching, and I followed the map itself, which is where our biggest problem lies. We have to make our way to the location of the cave, because your uncle, Vlad, he set up his base there before the cave.
Lovely.
I keep hearing about my uncle. They're doing these things. I've yet to see any proof of it. It is highly irregular for him. But the consistency with which his name is brought up is too consistent.
Yes, and I only say that because I used to, like, when I was helping out your duplicates, he was the man in charge. And you see him, like, form an image using, like, sets of illusions and sorts in his hand to give, like, a sort of, like, bust-like photograph, providing details of the person that he is specifically talking about, aka just like giving like a bust-like photo to give details of who the person looks like,
Like using my illusion to make a Mayan statue of the person you're looking for, that sort of thing.
just more of like it's a sort of like shoulder up photo of to describe details of who they look like. And it is a Volpine of similar fur and sorts of view, except they have a bit more of longer hair that does pull backwards and a gray sort of tendon. Kind of like a sort of like salt and pepper sort of hair color, kind of going down, which wearing a bit more of noble clothing that is akin to yours, and having a rapier at their hilt, which does match the description of your uncle.
Yes. How could he? And just what is he trying to do?
I assume that not even the king is allowed to do some of the stuff that's happening here in your home country.
No, the king is just that. He is a king, a ruler of our people, but even he is bound by by natural morals and laws. We do not survey him. We do not have a system where the king is anointed by a god to where everything that comes from their mouth is gospel.
Certainly sounds like he's kept himself busy, though.
What have you done, Uncle? What is it that you are doing?
Just so I may ask, what is the punishment for doing these things in your home country?
Well, it depends on severity, really.
It depends on what exactly he is doing.
Well, that I can clarify for you, because unless you're looking for some sort of, false pretense or so, he's been going around causing chaos with your duplicates, murdering innocent people, and saying it's in the name of your home country or some sorts. That's at least from what I've recalled from it, at least. But
why?
Well, then
Why
in that case, if he gets brought in and tried, it's potential death sentence there, because that is something that we generally look down upon. We have no reason to be that aggressive.
I do believe just about any country does not like to have that kind of reputation.
Exactly.
That may be true, but he pulls out a piece of paper or so. It might not go best in. It might actually go in favorable of his intentions, but maybe not someone else's. As he hands you, Vlad, a paper. Looks to be a poster of sorts. The poster itself provides details of a sort of propaganda claiming of new power and sorts rising in Faerun, with a sort of caricature of what looks like your father.
Wait, what?
Wait, pause a second. There was that handed to Vladimir and Vladimir's father, or mine?
Oh, my bad. It's to Valkin. So it's to
Okay.
Valkin and.
I was about to say, hold on a second.
I have a
What?
father? I thought that was in this tube.
Okay.
I was getting confused there too with the names.
Okay,
That's
so
my bad. Yeah.
okay, so there's some sort of thing that's claiming, some propaganda piece that's claiming that that my father is a rising power in Faerun here.
Yeah. So the document. So the propaganda details of looking like basically as if like new nobility rises within Faerun, quelling resistances in the name of the homeland. Basically, it's like propaganda that is being posted using your father's images, as like an intent of evil doings being forcibly published out. I've seen this in multiple towns, and I've even seen this in Waterdeep being passed around.
So he's trying to drag his Vulcan's father name in the ground?
That's what I think it might be the case.
Either that or he's trying to start war.
What?
And if war breaks out,
That's a problem.
oh, that is big problem.
This
Yes.
reminds me of something.
Yes?
Something I heard of while I was still with the monks of the Long Death. In regards to something that happened in Baldur's Gate and south of that. How many of you are aware of the ball spawn crisis?
I've heard of it. Been a while though.
Paarth tilts his head to one side, still listening and finding the conversation increasingly confusing.
Well, there was an instance in Baldur's Gate where there were two of these children of Baal, mortals, marked by a divine birthright to a dead god of murder. And, well, two of them, they were in particularly important to the story. For you see, one of them was known by the name Saravak Anshu, and he was a adopted son of a important Iron Throne figure who was effectively manipulating forces in the region with a plan called the Iron Shortage. And this plan effectively involved taking out the main sources of iron from the Sword Coast, which was the Nashkill mines, and he effectively employed a bunch of bandits and mercenaries of scrupulous nature to raid any trade caravans carrying iron, weaponry, or equipment. Long story short, this Rieltov Anshu originally intended to create this iron shortage as a measure of increasing the power of the Iron Throne organization that he was in control of. But unbeknownst to him, his son Saravak was actually working against him and had him killed. And his intent was to create a war of sacrifice to prove his worth, to become the next Lord of Murder, to take the place of Baal. But he was ultimately stopped by another Baal spawn, known only by the moniker of Gorian's Ward. I know very little of them.
So if that is the case then, in the general sense, your uncle is looking to start some sort of war and blaming on your father, despite not really presenting much accurate knowledge of the throne.
Don't know what he's thinking. This flies in everything. In the face of everything. Conflicts of succession in our families passed before. There are protocols, there are rituals, and there are procedures for dealing with this.
I cannot claim to know what's going through your uncle's head, but we know what's happening, and it has to be stopped. If we can capture him, we can ask him then.
I don't know if capturing him will be the smartest of ideas or even the most plausible, but according to the order and the scouts that they had determined, there was a set of armor that was recovered from the Dragon's Keep that you had seen in Thunder Tree. It was an ancient relic that belonged to essentially a unkillable warrior. And legend has it that the armor itself was long gone and kind of scattered about in pieces, along with the great sword of the individual. It says to basically be an unkillable machine when upon wielding and attuning to the armor itself. So, if your uncle...
Hold on. Didn't we acquire a blade that belonged to a particular individual at some point?
Oh, you mean the blade that belonged to... She pulls it out from the bag. You mean this blade? The one that's been labeled?
That one.
Wait, let me see that. As he, hurries over to you.
Alright, she readily hands over the blade.
He examines it a little bit. It's like, you found this in the same keep as the dragon?
No.
No, this was found in
It was in the same. It was in where the red band ruffians were living. The chest was hard to get at.
He kind of looks it over a little bit, and you see him do some motion of holding the blade outwards or so, having more of an open palm grip of the handle and the blade itself as he focuses down a little bit, and you see the engraved words. I believe it was what was the name of it again?
I've got the info. Long sword with the hilt looking butterfly with the scribe name Helen with scabbard. Originally owned by Aldereth Trisendor, how do you pronounce that? The Black Hawk.
The Black Hawk, yeah. So you do see that the inscription on the blade itself, it does start to glow. A sort of mixture of a cyan with a darker greenish color. As he kind of looks it over, he's just I can't believe you found this.
I-
This
is it-
is the Blackhawk's blade.
No. Paarth tilts his head to the side, looking at Aknon, clearly not
Okay.
understanding the importance.
So he scratches the back of that. Okay, aside from the fancy look and lying to a important person, I was present there was nothing special to that blade. You tell me it's the legendary blade of that's used by the person who was an unkillable machine?
Something of that sort. But here, the legend itself dictates that the armor itself was one that is impenetrable. That no spell or even blade that was forged could strike through it besides one. And it was given at an auction to Blackhawk himself. He didn't know of the potential, but these order of the people here know that it was essentially a magic weapon that was built to take out that sort of monster. Unfortunately, never got the chance to do so because its user died of unnatural causes before the armor was scattered out. AKA, it's uncertain as to how he passed away, but the blade never got near that individual.
A crossroad of past, present, and future. That which is past is ne'er truly gone. History repeats, though mortals choose not to see. For war and bloodshed be not new to the realms.
Yeah. The only thing, though, there has to be one person to use this blade. And it has to be done before your father can use that, your uncle, sorry, can use that blade.
What do you mean?
Oh, see here, before he can use the blade, or you mean before the uncle can use the armor?
So, sorry. So, the blade has to be used, hopefully, before anything worse happens from the uncle. Like any sort of like the war of sorts that could be waged through this propaganda. So
The blade used in what
the
manner?
blade used against, like,
Mhm.
either to destroy the armor or worse if need be.
Okay.
Okay.
Armies march and cities burn. The rivers froth with tainted blood. The corpses of those born not innocent feed the inferno of boiling hate.
Yes, I agree in that regard, but just know this. I know that this is a peculiar situation, but we may have to end this pretty soon. We know where they're at. We know at this very moment of things we need to get done. But the question that I have to ask you all is, do you feel prepared for this fight?
Paarth just makes a little gruff noise and shrugs his wings.
I'd rather deal with the situation before it comes to any worse.
Alright. I raise a paw there, my claws having it extended and ball it into a fist. And my uncle has I don't know what his goals are. Whatever they are, they fly in the face of everything of our traditions and all that has been established before. This is not the man who helped raise me. I will either make him see sense, or he will pay for him attempting to bring a tarnish upon our family name.
There was a continuation to that rhyme. which I spoke, it is only partial from what I actually found, the state I found it in. It was terrible, but I gathered it as best I could. 5 led down a false path, a hidden traitor lurking in their midst. The servant of Baal knows death and destruction, the face of an ally, the mask of a foe.
Do you mean his mask? Or
Well, well, I know it is not directly related, but there are many subtle, noticeable similarities in the story, so we should be prepared for anything.
I agree. For tonight, I think it'd be best to just rest as he takes essentially the blade and puts it back in its hilt. And we should at least take some opportunity to make sure that we're well prepared for this. There is one thing, Valkin, that I would like to talk to you in private with before we rest. If that were okay.
Yes. By all means, Akanon.
Yep.
The storm approaches.
So, Akanon does take you down the stairs quite a bit, so that way you're kind of out of earshot. I've heard about the your curse being more prevalent than ever. Is that right?
I would like to know how you are aware of this, but I believe time is more pressing. Yes.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is I can tell that you get more fluffed than usual when you're angry, so I could tell there's something in that regard, and I also know from your uncle's accountings that you specifically have that sort of curse more prevalent in sorts.
He also knows that there are steps taken to address that. And yet here I stand.
Yes. The thing that I need to truly know, though, in regards to this is, do you feel as if you can keep yourself in control?
Yes.
Are you
At
sure?
times that it will, I'm certain it will be barely. But I can tell that I do have some level of control over this. Even in the Feywild, whenever I went through a full transformation, I felt a thirst beyond anything I ever imagined. But I still was myself, even in a place with as wild of magics as the Fey.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. I'm just concerned that at any moment things could go in a bit of a wrong direction. So
I will not lie that your concern for such is warranted.
Yeah.
I would much like to have some time to better explore this. An environment that is safe to do so, where I cannot, if I do fall, I will not be able to run away, but I can still fully understand what is happening to me.
And I think I
I
know
do.
that there's a way to do so. Though I'm not too 100% sure. But I think I have a way to make you more inclined or attuned with that part of yourself.
And what might that be?
Your father is here in Faerun. He might know more about this.
Perhaps. He and my uncle were the only ones who knew how much more the curse gripped me than any of the others in the family for many generations. Knowing my father, I would not be surprised if he did research beyond what he might have with his travels.
That's what I was thinking too. And
That if he is here in Faerun, this could be a godsend. Though I
yes.
hate to appear before him in such state.
I don't think the
Well,
state is what matters most. Apologies for interrupting, but I think knowing the situation itself, it's better to get rid of the threat that's here. More than just being in a good state of being with him.
You have no idea what this curse means in my family.
I don't.
You may have read, but you do not know. This very thing could endanger my own claim.
It might, but if there was at least any possibility that I could be an asset towards this situation, wouldn't you want to take the opportunity to be more acclaimed with it?
I never said I did not. But in short, yes, I want to know better how to contain or control this aspect. It would be the only thing that would keep me from losing my own mind. Regardless of whether or not it would enhance my chances of not bringing shame upon the family, further than having it as it is.
Well, if that's the case then, how about we go ahead and pay a visit to your father in the morning?
Is that close by?
No, unfortunately it's not. According to what I was able to find, it's really only through the helps of the people here in the Order that I was able to locate this information. But he just kind of like pulls out a map and sorts and shows like, we are here close to Neverwinter, but unfortunately your father is being held in a close location near the Field of the Dead, down south. Way south.
My father is being held?
Yes. See, this is only to reports, and this is only even a terrible report written, but it's something. According to it, there is an abandoned temple nearby in that location. I have no idea what it has to do with it or in what regards. All I know is that there was a person matching the description of what your father might look like shorter white hair and sorts with a grayish tip on the end of that. Is that correct?
The shorter but much more robust build
Yes.
than my uncle.
If that
Yeah,
is the
that's-
case, it might be something worth investigating.
If he could be held, we will need to be prepared. My father is no easy person to hold against his will. Not by a long shot.
I can believe that as it is, but I just need a confirmation that you're willing to do this.
Whether I was before or not, the fact that you have told me that my father is being held, damn everything else here, I am going.
That's all I needed. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I recommend that you do the same, and first things first, we'll find an opportunity to get to him. Just let's make sure we prepare first before we go out.
Paarth gives a gentle nod to this. I'm assuming right now at the moment out of character here, it's probably late at night at the moment, or really early morning.
Oh, it's very much early morning, but like still dark out, and they were talking on the side and such. But I would say at this point, just for general wrapping up of stuff, unless anyone had anything else specifically that they wanted to do.
Considering shops would be closed at the time being, I think we'd be doing that after rest.
Yeah. So I would say for the moment's notice, you are able to just have your small conversations and such, and you are led over to a very much nicer looking barracks. It actually has mattresses and stuff like that, and comfy, like just general way of just nice comfort that a general tavern would provide for you, if not a little bit nicer. And you do settle your items and belongings there. The barracks are large enough so that way, Paarth, you are able to at least be inside and rest on the ground in sorts.
Yay.
As you do catch yourself into the night.
And Vladimir is going to instead take a bedroll, take his bedroll out, and he's going to lay it out next to Paarth and sleep nearby him.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Vlad finds himself gets covered by a wing and curled around.
Yeah. Oh, and then I am so sorry. I just remembered, Vlad, you were looking to get updates on the eyepiece, correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, there weren't any updates.
Aww.
It's pretty much just kind of been like recalibrated to fit this, like, you know, not being in the feywilds, but it's been more akin towards this information being in the material plane now. But you don't see any additional updates of like any new devices or anything like that, or messages from Vicky or anything like that. So
Oh, nobody tried to use the eyepiece when one of them told them to try checking it to call home with?
if you want to do that before you go to bed, you can try.
No, I'm talking about when they were being
Interrogated, and Blom
they told the
mentioned.
interrogators, yeah.
Oh, I mean, they were told to do so, but I mean, from what at least looks like, you're not too sure if there was anything actually done for it.
All right.
I'm willing to bet the charge is pretty low on this thing. I'll have to check in morning.
And yep, as you just recollect yourselves and such, and very much tiredly throw yourselves to bed, just the moment that your head hits the the pillows and such and the cozy mattress, you just go out like a light. At least
Vlad
those
has
of you
to-
that do sleep.
Vlad tries to get used to hear the deep breathing sounds of a dragon surrounding him.
And yeah, that is pretty much all it for today's session. So
All right.
and then I'll have to make sure I edit the videos so that way it's all one piece together. So
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
There's a way
well.
to join the video files together.
Yep.
Ooh.
But all right. So let's see here. We have in 2 weeks. That is the 31st there, and pretty sure most of us are going to have something going on that day. So the most likely day that we will be back with this is going to be on. Let's see.
Would that be the 14th then?
There.
Let's
I believe
see.
so.
Yep. So the 14th, is that what it'd be?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
there.
yes.
Yep. So, we hope to see you all then. There will be some interim, or Ace is definitely going to have lots of streams in between then, so keep an eye on his channel. On my side of things, I might be looking at a little bit of sporadic D&D here with Ace, Aeros, and Larzong. They're doing some Baldur's Gate, and we hope to see you all there.
Yeah. Actually, if it's going to be the case, it would be this Wednesday, if I recall properly.
Yes.
Oh, and there goes my video tuber because I totally
There.
cut out.
Yes.
I accidentally closed it. I'm stupid.
Whoops.
It's
Well,
all right though. I have a PNG.
all
one,
right.
So.
And let's see if we can't find somebody to raid here. I do have one name in mind.
Ooh, what you got? What you got?
Well, Sabin here is very, very close to hitting at 9,000 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation there. And I think it might be a great Christmas gift to help those in need over there on his stream.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about Sabin as well for rating on off too. So it's
All
perfect.
right then. So, all right, from my side, everyone, the message is the shadows have come to play, and your favorite emotes.
Yep, and on my end, I have, if you are a follower from my stream, which if you aren't, you should be, because you get some really cute emotes, like our raid little emote that goes here. So I want to go ahead and just spam some raid emotes on over, with really just your general fun message of just saying hello and just having a nice warm welcome with Sabin. And we hope to catch you next time for a stream, at least for hopefully Baldur's Gate this upcoming Wednesday, and if not, during any of the other opportune times that we have for it. But if everyone in the Discord wants to go ahead and say goodbye to everybody and give Sabin a good hello.
All right.
You have a good time.
See you later, everyone.
Yes, take care, everyone.
Yep. Have a good night, everybody.